Chapter 52:28. What Lin Ling wanted to do now was to make his universe comparable to the Dao Pagoda universe. Lin Ling's universe continued to collapse. The ancient Jiuzhou was like a piece of paper. The continents shattered and flowed into the void, gradually turning into powder. Qingzhou, Spirit Zhou, and everything else was disappearing. Lin Ling's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Lord Lin Ling. Fellow Taoist. Ling, Voices filled with worry came at the same time. Lin Ling was slightly distracted. His eyes seemed to be able to see into the distance and see familiar faces. He sighed and then continued to look at Lin Ling's universe. Since he had chosen to let the Lin Ling's universe fight against the Dao Pagoda universe, he naturally wanted to advance and retreat with the Lin Ling's universe. In fact, the Lin Ling's universe was like Lin Ling's child. It was created by Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling had chosen a new path for it. Lin Ling was also responsible for the dangers of this path. Rumble. The void of continents was getting smaller and smaller. The ancient continents and the sky full of vitality were disappearing. This Lin Ling's eyes were filled with reluctance because that was the place where he grew up, and there were endless memories there. While the mountains, seas, and rivers of the Jiuzhou continent continued to disappear. The stars in the sky, the laws of life, old age, sickness, and death were also dissipating. One began to turn into nothingness. Lin Ling could only watch the universe continue to collapse and finally let the universe fight against the Dao Pagoda again. It was just like his style of chess and his obsession in playing chess. After an unknown amount of time, the collapsed Lin Ling's universe had lost its momentum. The sun, moon, and stars were also disappearing. First was the moon. It shattered like glass and thousands of stars fell. Next was the sun. Only in the far east, a ray of dawn illuminated the universe, penetrating the dust and sprinkling on Lin Ling's body. The sun was very warm, causing Lin Ling to be momentarily absent-minded. But yes, the sun also quickly collapsed and was swallowed by darkness. The darkness was like ink, constantly drowning out everything. Lin Ling could only see endless darkness when he looked in that direction. The moment the dawn rises, it can pierce through the endless dust and darkness. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Shulight. This was the fire of hope. I only need to beat the heavens by half a point. My universe cannot resist the Dao Pagoda, but dawn can. Dawn pierces through endless dust and darkness. Ling's mind seemed to explode. He seemed to have grasped something. Instantly, all the experiences he had seen in his life flashed through his mind. These memories, his life, his battles, and everything else were like the dawn of hope. They accompanied the final impact of the Lin Ling universe, crashing into the laws of the Dao Pagoda universe. True, in fact, this was the last time. If he failed, everything would turn into nothingness. Lin Ling himself didn't know why he had been so crazy this time. He had let the Lin Ling cosmos and the Dao Pagoda cosmos confront each other for no reason. However, he knew that this was a revolution. If he missed this opportunity, the Lin Ling universe could only slowly grow. Boom. Rumble. At the most final impact, even Lin Ling's body shook. It was like an egg hitting a rock. Then the darkness of the universe gradually spread in the direction of Lin Ling. Everything around Ling was like fragments. It continued to collapse and crack. Gradually, it reached Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling's legs also began to crack, collapse, and turn into dust. Finally, they turned into nothingness. While Lin Ling still had his eyes closed, motionless like a stone statue. After noticing this scene, Ancestor Din, who was in the distant void, anxiously shouted. Everyone was like this. They could clearly see that in the distant Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling stood at the highest peak of the universe. However, at this moment, he was turning into nothingness. Everything was disappearing. This meant that Lin Ling would die with the Lin Ling universe. While the destruction gradually reached Lin Ling's upper body and continued to move forward at a crazy speed. Gradually, it reached Lin Ling's neck. After this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He muttered to himself. In his mind, the two universes collided. The Linling universe was no match for them at all. However, a ray of light rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. This is the dawn. This ray of light passed through endless dust and darkness and finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda. However, it was just a ray of light, and it was only for a moment. It was like the moment when the sun rose. Then after that, everything disappeared in the next instant. Victory over the sky by half a step. Lin Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. That ray of sunlight was the hope to defeat the sky and the Tao Pagoda universe. Return. Ling shouted. The shattered universe was constantly recovering. As a ray of sunlight shone past, not only were the lives of the world recovering, but they were even more vibrant than before. This was because, after the final collision, the ray of sunlight from the Lin Ling universe finally rushed into the Tao Pagoda universe. Even if it was just a ray of sunlight, it meant that Lin Ling had won. Recover! Lin Ling smiled. His broken body was also recovering. In the blink of an eye, everything was back to normal. Looking at the Lin Ling universe, it was being destroyed very quickly, but it was also recovering very quickly. Everything was back to normal. Lin Ling, my lord. Fellow Taoist. In the distant void, everyone saw this scene. They were so excited that tears flowed. Fellow Taoist, as expected of the great obsession. The doppelgangers all smiled and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would succeed in the end. Then, they used the great law to bring everyone back to the Lin Ling universe. None after their lives returned, they looked at the familiar hometown and the familiar universe and cried. They were back again. Four Realms universe. As for the clones, they looked around and smiled. Only at the outermost periphery of the Lin Ling universe, there were only four ripples blooming. This was the symbol of the Four Realms universe. The laws are even bigger and more magnificent, and the number is beyond imagination. Those who are here will have their cultivation speed increased, and their body's limits will be doubled. Moreover, there is an unknown force hidden in the entire universe. Now, the Lin Ling universe is finally at the same level as the Tao Pagoda universe. Yes, it is just short of continuous growth. However, after this confrontation, the Lin Ling universe's growth speed will definitely be accelerated. The clones were comprehending the Lin Ling universe, and the more they smiled, the happier they were. While Lin Ling, as the person involved, was also comprehending the Lin Ling universe. When he sensed that the Lin Ling universe had become a Four Realms universe, Lin Ling smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Birth fight to the death. The final result was also very rich. In the Four Realms universe, whether it was defense, attack, recovery, or the vitality in the universe, it was endless. There was no doubt that Lin Ling had borrowed even more power from him. Everyone, I'm back. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. Lin Ling. Chapter 5229. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Great Flame. Old Ancestors' eyes were moist, and Lin Yi and the rest were crying. Previously, they witnessed Lin Ling disappearing. At that time, they really thought that Lin Ling would die. Moreover, this kind of death might not necessarily bring him back to life. After all, he disappeared along with Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling and Yuer and Shen Yuange were very angry. Lin Ling actually played with his own life. I was wrong, I promise there won't be a next time. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He also knew why everyone was angry. Alright, it's fine as long as it's a close call. Great Flame. Old Ancestor said to everyone. In the end, they didn't blame Lin Ling anymore. Ling, you have to promise us that you won't do this again. Great Flame. Old Ancestor looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded. Even if there was a next time, he wouldn't dare to let everyone know. Look, the current Lin Ling universe is completely different. Lin Ling hurriedly changed the topic. Everyone looked at the vast sky. Although there didn't seem to be much change on the surface, they had a feeling that this place had changed. As for where the change was, in fact, they didn't know. It was just a feeling. In fact, They didn't know that the biggest change was that in this universe, everyone's lifespan had been extended. Only all the avatars of Lin Ling knew how big the change was in Lin Ling universe. It's rare for me to come back. During this time, I'll accompany everyone. Lin Ling still felt guilty, so he smiled and said, "Great flame old ancestor," and the rest spared Lin Ling. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. He accompanied his family and friends, and at the same time, he taught his disciples. At the same time, he found that his disciples' strength had greatly increased. Now, the strongest was already a middle-stage Saint Universe giant god. Of course, although they were strong, it was only in Lin Ling universe. After leaving, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, compared to when he was in the Five-Realm universe, the weakening was much smaller. If it reached the level of a world, it was estimated that everyone would be able to rush into the Tao Pagoda with their peak strength. This was also one of Lin Ling's secret trump cards. The power of faith has actually improved. At the same time, Lin Ling realized that his will of the world had broken through to the immemorial level and was just a hair away. This was an unexpected gain. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling's universe was almost destroyed this time, which caused everyone to be more united. Several days later, Lin Ling finally left the Lin Ling universe. At the same time, he instructed his avatars to stabilize the laws of the Lin Ling universe. Now, Lin Ling universe had become a four-realm universe, which had greatly improved Lin Ling's strength. As a universe master, Lin Ling could change time. Therefore, even though he had stayed in the Lin Ling universe for a few days, the Tao Pagoda had not changed at all. When he returned, although the time in the Tao Pagoda was still flowing, it was obvious that not much time had passed. However, the gods in the town had all disappeared, and there was no one left. Lin Ling opened his eyes, and his soul power sensed the changes in his surroundings. He was extremely shocked. "Lin Ling, if you have finished comprehending, then follow the direction of this token." "Sorry, because the dragon tomb has opened, we have to hurry." A voice immediately came from the side. It came from a token left behind by Senior Toothless. "I see." Lin Ling nodded, took out the token, and then followed the direction of the token to find the One-Tooth clan. Along the way, he did not encounter any gods, but after 2 hours, the number of gods around began to increase. Moreover, they were all gathering in a certain direction. The One-Tooth clan is gathering helpers. Time is tight, we can't miss it. I've long heard that the One-Tooth clan is gathering helpers, but I didn't expect that they would relax the conditions this time. Gods of unknown origins can also join. You guys are too naive. Really, the trusted gods are all following the One-Tooth clan. We are foreign gods. To put it nicely, we are just here to make up the numbers. To put it bluntly, we are cannon fodder. Even if we are cannon fodder, why don't you go? Why not? The opportunity is right in front of us. How can we not go? Besides, we may not be cannon fodder. The voices made Lin Ling's eyes flash. It seemed that the dragon tomb had opened in a hurry, causing the One-Tooth clan to leave in a hurry. They did not have enough people, so they were calling for all the gods to join. Follow them and we should be able to find the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling originally wanted to follow the token, but since it was the gods called for by the One-Tooth clan, there was nothing wrong with following them. Perhaps it would save more time. After all, he had already seen a group of gods preparing to set off. Wait, I know someone from the One-Tooth clan. I want to join. Lin Ling hurriedly rushed over. The group of gods stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling strangely. They realized that Lin Ling was only a Saint Giant Universe god. How could someone with such power be qualified to know someone from the One-Tooth clan? You really know someone from the One-Tooth clan? Don't lie to us. Let me tell you, our leader knows someone from the One-Tooth clan. It won't be good if you are exposed. A god said to Lin Ling. Obviously, he looked down on Lin Ling. I really do know someone from the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling naturally would not stoop to his level. Forget it. Let's go together. You have to pay us 100 spirit pearls. Another tall and slender god who didn't look very old said. Lin Ling frowned and asked, Aren't you helping the One-Tooth clan? Why do you have to pay spirit pearls? This is the rule. The god said, somewhat displeased. Otherwise, why should we bring you to the One-Tooth Clan? The One-Tooth Clan should not know about this, right? Linling asked again. This time, the god's expressions turned ugly. The One-Tooth Clan naturally did not know about this, and they would not allow them to do so. This would ruin the reputation of the One-Tooth Clan. What's going on? At this time, an old man riding a spotted deer slowly walked over. The old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyebrows, especially, reached his chest, giving him the feeling of an immortal. Elder Mu. Seeing the old man, everyone saluted him. The god in the lead pointed at Linling and said, Elder Mu, this person is not willing to pay spirit pearls. Humph, Elder Mu knows someone from the One-Tooth Clan. His words have the most weight. Elder Mu frowned and looked at Linling. Do you know the rules? Linling suddenly smiled. 100 spirit pearls, actually, it's not impossible. But it's not easy for me to get my spirit pearls. I can't just hand them over for nothing. Don't worry, after you hand over the spirit pearls, we can bring you to the dragon's tomb and protect you, the god in the lead said with a smile when he saw that Linling had softened. Really? Linling was obviously delighted. This trip to the dragon's tomb will be very dangerous. Will you protect me? Will you help me no matter what happens? Of course. The gods nodded. Otherwise, why do you think we formed a team? Hearing this, Linling immediately handed over 100 spirit pearls. The god in the lead was very happy and wanted to say something. However, Linling suddenly attacked. A slap landed on the old man riding the sick deer and directly flipped him over. Chapter 5230. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Bang. Bang. The old man fell from the sick deer and rolled more than 10 meters away like a rubber ball, attracting the attention of countless people. The leading god and the rest were dumbfounded. Mr. Mu was their leader. Although he was not the strongest, he was influential. Because of this, they dared to speak on behalf of the Yifeng clan. Mr. Mu had a close relationship with the Yifeng clan. This newcomer, who came from nowhere, dared to beat Mr. Mu up. You dare to hit me? How dare you? It didn't take long for Elder Mu to get up and roar as he charged at Linling. Your Excellency, this old man wants to touch me. Take my spiritual pearl and protect me immediately. Linling was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the leading god and said, the leader of the gods was stunned. So was Elder Mu. The people who were waiting to see a good show were all stunned. Although they said they were going to protect Linling, they were going to protect him if he encountered trouble on the way to the dragon's tomb. It did not mean that they were going to protect Linling even when facing Elder Mu. Do you know what you are doing? The leading god roared angrily. You should protect me after taking my money. Otherwise, if the Yifeng clan finds out, they will definitely blame you for ruining their reputation, Linling said indifferently. Protect? Protect your ass. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Elder Mu. Elder Mu shouted hysterically. A few of his teeth were knocked out. He had lost all his face. Did you see that? Protect me immediately. Linling acted as if he did not see Elder Mu. He said slowly, if you don't protect me after taking my money, you can imagine the consequences if I report it to the Yifeng clan. How dare you talk so much? This time, the leading god could not hold it in anymore. The god behind him was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to attack Linling and beat this blind fellow to death. What are you doing? At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. The crowd parted, and a few figures walked over. Most of them were women, but they were not weak. Moreover, they looked no different from ordinary people, but they had a unique aura. This aura was unique to the Feng clan. People from the One Feng clan. Everyone was shocked. Brat, you're dead. The leader of the group of gods sneered. Since Elder Mu knew the people of the One Feng clan, the One Feng clan would definitely give Elder Mu face. Linling replied with a smile, looking indifferent. Seniors, this person is causing trouble. Elder Mu spoke as he gazed at the women that were walking over. Of course, his eyes flickered slightly, because these women were all very beautiful, especially the woman in the lead. She had long emerald green hair and looked like a fairy. What happened? However, the woman's expression was very dignified. She was born into one of the 12 divine tribes and was in existence like an emperor. She had the right to be proud. It's like this. This person doesn't like being managed by the Yifeng clan and is causing trouble. Look, I've been beaten to a pulp by him. Elder Mu said hurriedly. Then he pointed at his cheek that had been slapped and said, Look, he hit me. Seniors, if you let him be arrogant, what dignity does the Fang clan have left? Hearing that, the women frowned and looked at Lin Ling. However, when they saw Lin Ling's characteristic white hair, their eyes flickered at the same time. What do you have to say? Surprisingly, the woman in the lead did not get angry. Instead, she asked. Of course, she knew Lin Ling. Even the few of them knew Lin Ling. After all, they were here for Lin Ling. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to not be in the town but here. They wanted to collect protection fees. 100 dragon stones, so I had to pay them. However, they said they would protect me. After I beat up the old man, they did not protect me. Lin Ling said bluntly. Mu Lin's eyes widened. The leader of the gods also opened his mouth wide. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's not like that. Elder Mu hurriedly waved his hand. He stared fiercely at Lin Ling. He did not expect this brat to ruin things. However, he smiled confidently and said, Your Excellency, I'm Elder Mu from Deer Bamboo. Your Mr. Jean is very familiar with me. You should have heard of my name. Elder Mu? I've heard of you. The woman nodded. Elder Mu and the others were delighted. Since they knew each other, it would be easier to talk to them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling provocatively as if to say, You're too inexperienced. But he's Lin Ling. However, the woman said again. What kind of trash is Lin Ling? The leader of the gods said subconsciously. It was just Lin Ling. What was the big deal? That was what Elder Mu thought at first. However, he reacted quickly and glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Lin Ling? That's right. He's my father's friend, Lin Ling. The woman nodded. Plop. Elder Mu sat on the ground in fright. He naturally knew what Lin Ling represented. Not only was he Elder Wu Ya's friend, but he was also an influential figure on the 6th level. How could he collect protection fees from such an important figure? He had countless experts under him. Did he need his protection? Mu, Elder Mu, who's Lin Ling? When the gods saw Elder Mu's expression, they instantly felt that something was wrong. The small town. The One-Tooth tribe is waiting for a guest in the small town. Elder Mu sat on the ground and said with a bitter smile. Plop. The gods also sat on the ground and their expressions changed drastically. They had also heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that the One-Tooth tribe had spent a lot of effort to wait for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe. Now, they were collecting protection fees from an important guest of the One-Tooth tribe? They must be tired of living. What else do you have to say? At this moment, the woman looked at Elder Mu and the others with a smile. As for Elder Mu and the others, they were all crying and speechless. How about this? I'll represent the One-Tooth tribe to tell you that from now on, you and the One-Tooth tribe are no longer friends. The One-Tooth tribe will no longer protect you. The woman said. Elder Mu trembled when he heard that. It was not easy for him to get on the One-Tooth tribe's boat. With the protection of the One-Tooth tribe, ordinary people would not dare to bully him. They were all extremely respectful to him. But now, he had been chased off the boat. Also, you used the One-Tooth tribe's reputation to collect protection fees. I won't haggle over what you collected previously. Now, each of you will pay 1,000 dragon stones as compensation to Lin Ling. The woman said again, Do you admit defeat? Elder Mu and the others did not dare to offend the One-Tooth tribe. They all took out money. Thank you. I didn't expect to get so much back after paying 100 dragon stones. Lin Ling smiled. The faces of Elder Mu and the others darkened. After this incident, not only did they have to pay, but it would also be difficult for them to cheat others. If they had known that it was Lin Ling, they would not have collected protection fees. Instead, they would have served Lin Ling like a master and sent him to the One-Tooth tribe. Then, Elder Mu and the others ran away and did not dare to stay any longer. Lin Ling looked at the few women with a smile. Do you know me? Of course. The leader of the women nodded. I'm Wu Yun, Wu Ya's daughter. I'm Wu Xiao. Wu Dan. The other women nodded. Chapter 5231. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling swept his gaze across and discovered that these girls all had the strength of early-stage universe giant gods. As for the leading girl, she was the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her seniority was very high. I've heard of you from my father, Lin Ling, a famous character from the battle in Purple Wind Cave, one of the giants of the 6th level. Weena laughed. I've heard so much about you. Different from the rumors? Lin Ling sensed the meaning behind Wu Yun's words. Let's talk as we walk. Time is of the essence. Wu Yun did not explain anything. She was indeed the daughter of Senior Toothless. Her way of doing things was swift and decisive. He is indeed different from the rumors. I thought that this new giant Lin Ling would be very strong. In the end, he was bullied by a group of ordinary gods. If not for us coming, the show wouldn't be so simple. Wu Xiao suddenly laughed from the side. His words were filled with disdain. That's why hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. And he has a head of white hair. Although his looks are not bad, he can't be considered handsome. He can only be described as ordinary. Describing him as a passerby is more like it. The other women were also chattering. They came from the One-Tooth clan and had a higher status than ordinary people. In addition, they were strong and had high standards. Hearing their words, Lin Ling was startled. He could not help but look at Wu Yun, only to discover that she was smiling. She did not refute the words of these girls. This made Lin Ling laugh bitterly inwardly. Why did it feel like they were looking for a boyfriend? Furthermore, Lin Ling was merely toying with Elder Mu and the rest. If he were to attack, he was confident that he would not even need an incense's time to kill all of them. Of course, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. There was no point in explaining to a group of young girls. You guys, don't be so calculative. Lin Ling has just arrived at the 6th level not long ago. To have such achievements is already not bad. At least when you guys first arrived, you were like ants on the side of the road. Not many people knew you guys. Wu suddenly said after walking for a while. The girls all stuck out their tongues. They did not object to this point. After all, it was rare for a newcomer to shake the 6th level. Of course, that was all. Lin Ling, I know that my father values your strength, so we will protect you until you reach my father. Wu Yun said again. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. He could see that Wu Yun was the leader of this group of people. He estimated that Wu Yun's strength could battle a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. Of course, to Lin Ling, this bit of strength was still not enough. After all, after the birth of Lin Ling's four-realm universe, it was at the same level as the Tao Pagoda. Its defensive power had been greatly enhanced. Because we have to be wary of other Protoss along the way, we have to speed up and take the smaller paths. After all, the closer we get to the dragon's tomb, the more Protoss there will be. First, let's go find Brother Wufeng and the others. They just came back from the south and are very strong. With them joining, the One Fong clan's strength will increase. Wu Yun said as she walked. Lin Ling did not object and followed Wu Yun. After a long time, they stopped at the entrance of a cave. You are here. A large number of Protoss from the One Fong clan were gathered in this cave. They were all incomparably strong, and looking carefully, they were mostly young. But their strength was at the middle-stage deity cosmos giant god realm. Brother Wufeng, Brother Wujuan. Seeing these youths walking out of the cave, Wu and the others were very happy. Their attitude towards Lin Ling was completely different. It's been so many years since we last met. A refined-looking man said with a smile. He was Brother Windless. And beside him was Brother Wujuan. Both of them were the rising stars under Senior Wufeng and were highly valued. Has Senior Wufeng gone? Brother Wufeng asked. He went long ago. It seems that we are late. Why did you take so long to find us? Because of my father's instructions, I could only find Lin Ling first. That's why we are late. Lin Ling? I've heard of him. Have you found him? They chatted excitedly. They were all from the same clan and had watched each other grow up. Hence, their relationship was extremely good. And after hearing Wu Yun'er's words, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Oh my god, don't tell me that he is the Lin Ling who made the 6th level tremble and won the battle in the Purple Wind Cave. Wu Feng and the others looked at Lin Ling with their mouths wide open. They thought that a powerhouse who could make Brother Wu Feng value him should be powerful and extremely dignified. But now, it seemed that he was very young and was about the same age as them. As for his strength, it seemed that he was much weaker than them. He was only a saint. Wu Feng, is he a fake? Wu Juan had a face of disbelief. Lin Ling's name resounded like thunder in his ears. In the end, it was this ordinary trash in front of him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Brother Wu Feng make a mistake? Wu Feng shook his head. That's right. Big Brother Toothless definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person, and Yun-er is searching according to Big Brother Toothless' instructions, so there shouldn't be a mistake. It's probably the real Lin Ling, just different from what we imagined. Wu Juan nodded. I heard that there are countless experts under Lin Ling. There are even a few ancient emperors and many world will hosts. This Lin Ling is also a world will host. Although he is very famous, his strength is ordinary. He probably hasn't matured yet. He is a leader without maturing. You must be kidding me. The others were talking, their voices undisguised. But Wu Yun and the others were not surprised. After all, when they first met Lin Ling, they had the same thought. It could only be said that their father valued Lin Ling so much because of his strength. I'm Wu Feng. Lin Ling, I've heard a lot about you. At this time, Wu Feng walked over and extended his hand to shake Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling was a little surprised. There was such etiquette? This etiquette originated from Huaxia. The etiquette of the gods was mostly about clasping one's fist. Brother Wu Feng. Wu and the others' eyes flashed. They knew what Wu Feng was going to do. After all, such things were not rare to them. They did not know where Wu Feng learned to use such a handshake to test the other party's strength. If one's strength was not up to par, they would definitely be shaken by Wu Feng's strength. Wu Juan and the others also reacted and sneered secretly. Lin Ling, an ordinary person, was now higher in seniority than them. No one would be convinced. But they did not dare to go against Senior Wu Feng's wishes. So they still had to give him face. Of course, that was all. Using a handshake to intimidate Lin Ling was not bad. At least it would make Lin Ling less arrogant in front of them. Handshake. Lin Ling recovered from his astonishment and glanced at Windless. Seeing his somewhat strange smile, he suddenly somewhat understood. It seemed that Wu Feng was trying to intimidate him. It was just that he did not provoke them. What kind of trick were they playing? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. Since the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, then let's see if they have the strength. Lin Ling extended his hand and held Wu Feng's hand. At this moment, many people secretly laughed, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's painful expression. Chapter 5232. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bang. Two palms collided. It looked like a simple handshake, but the powerful god power was colliding. Of course, this was just a handshake, so he did not dare to go too far. He was only activating his god body. From Windless' point of view, Lin Ling was not from the god race. How could he compare to him? What? However, after Windless had activated his power to the extreme, Lin Ling did not move at all. One must know that with his strength, forget about a mere saint, even a god level might not be able to block him. And he realized that Lin Ling did not explode with powerful strength. Even the universe did not explode. The gloating gazes from all around suddenly stopped. Something's not right. Brother Windless is not so easy to talk to. Could it be that Brother Windless is unable to touch that Lin Ling? No way, the difference between their realms is so big. How can he not move? Everyone frowned. Their expectant look was gone. Instead, they felt embarrassed. Windless, we are men after all. If we shake hands for too long, others will misunderstand. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over. Windless' face turned sluggish. He secretly gritted his teeth and activated his god body to the extreme. However, Lin Ling was still as steady as Mount Tai. His face was all smiles. "Brother Windless, that's enough." At this moment Wu Yuner advised. Windless then reacted. His face turned red from anger. He could only retract his hand. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen Brother Windless so embarrassed. Isn't that so? As our leader, Brother Windless has always been a man of his words. Now that he can't even teach a saint a lesson, he can't put his face down. The One-Tooth Race's younger generation were muttering. In fact, they also felt that they could not put their face down. Of course, Wu Yuner and Wu Xiu also felt embarrassed. "Let's go. We're running out of time," Wu Yuner said to everyone. The One-Tooth Race's younger generation stared fiercely at Lin Ling. Then they looked at Windless. "Let's go." Windless only felt a breath stuck in his throat. It was unbearable. Then, everyone started on their way, heading towards the dragon's tomb. During this process, the One-Fang Race's juniors were chatting happily while Wu Yun was chatting with Wu Xiu and the others. On the other hand, Lin Ling was alone at the back and seemed a little lonely. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. They weren't familiar with each other in the first place. If the other party came over to nag, he, Lin Ling, would be even more annoyed. This Wu Yun, his strength is not bad. If I did not comprehend the four-realm universe, to win against him, I reckon I can only rely on the Faith Sword. Lin Ling is also checking everyone's strength. He is confident that if the Four Realms universe uses it, Wu Yun will not be able to harm him. According to Lin Ling's estimation, only a godly power of more than 300 trillion could shake the universe of the Four Realms. Of course, this was also Lin Ling's conjecture. He had to test it out to know. This Lin Ling is so insensible. Forget that he had a little bit of ability previously, he actually even dared to mock Windless. Isn't that so? His mocking is equivalent to mocking our One-Fang Race. What can we do? Senior Windless needs Lin Ling's strength now. Otherwise, I guess Brother Windless would have already taken action. He is definitely not Brother Windless' opponent. Not only him, if it's a life and death battle, 90% of us are stronger than him. Lin Ling is probably only powerful in the world will. The One-Fang Race's juniors are whispering. They are very curious about Lin Ling's world will. Of course, they also want to have a big battle with Lin Ling. However, due to Senior Windless' face, they restrain themselves. Brother Windless. Woon chased after Windless and called out. Yun I know what's important. I will also give Senior Windless face. Windless said, making Wu Yun nod. She was afraid that Windless would teach Lin Ling a lesson, making it difficult for her to explain to her father. As they got closer and closer to the dragon's tomb, they met more and more gods. Among them, they met a group of 10,000 gods. However, after exchanging glances, both sides had their own misgivings and left. Of course, they also met a few loose cultivators. It was unknown which god race they had joined. At this moment, on the other side, a large group of people was also heading towards the dragon's tomb. There were strong and weak people among these people. The strong ones were deities and middle-stage cosmos gods, and the weak ones were saints. However, even though they were not strong, their origins were not weak. They came from the primal chaos world. The majority of the gods from the primal chaos world were related to the 8 great deities. Thus, their journey through the Dao Pagoda was much smoother. Junior sister Wei Yang, it's fortunate that you met us. Otherwise, this 6th level would be troublesome. The leader of this group was a graceful and elegant man with an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, he was speaking to a young lady. The young lady was very beautiful. She was like the focal point of the group, but ordinary people did not dare to approach her. This was because her origins were not small. Furthermore, that graceful man was clearly interested in the young lady. That man was called Hua Jichu. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a great background. Thus, everyone gave him face. Thank you, Senior Brother Hua. Feng Wei Yang smiled and nodded, but deep in her eyes, there was vexation. She did not expect to meet Hua Jichu on the 6th level. She still remembered that Hua Jichu was still in the primal chaos world. Hua Jichu's background was not small. He had once declared that he wanted to marry her. Later, Lin Ling's arrival disrupted the marriage, causing this matter to be left unsettled. However, as time passed, Hua Jichu seemed to know that Feng Weiyang and Lin Ling had left. Thus, he began to approach Feng Weiyang again. "Ai, young Master Hua," he came especially for junior sister Feng. Yes, ever since Lin Ling left, Hua Jichu has been eyeing her covetously. It is said that he has been chasing her since the first level of the Dao Pagoda, all the way to the 6th level. Behind Feng Weiyang, her junior sister secretly transmitted her voice. "Junior sister Feng, although I, Hua Jichu, am from the primal chaos world, I still have some faith in the Dao Pagoda. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a smooth journey." Hua Jichu was still hitting on Feng Weiyang. This also made Feng Weiyang very vexed. She wished that she could get rid of Hua Jichu. However, how could she know that Hua Jichu's eyes were cold at this moment? There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. He had just arrived at the 6th level and was lucky enough to meet Feng Weiyang. However, he knew that the reason why he was in so much trouble was because of Lin Ling. That unknown trash Lin Ling had ruined his good fortune. Otherwise, he would have been together with Feng Weiyang long ago. The current him wished that he could obliterate Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was also hiding in the Dao Pagoda. He was probably still in the first half of the Dao Pagoda. That fellow had escaped a calamity. Not good, it's someone from the Tooth clan. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded from behind Hua Jichu. Hua Jichu's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. He sensed a familiar aura. The Tooth clan had a grudge with them, and it was a blood feud. They had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and encountered several waves of people from the Tooth clan on the way. They had quarreled and ended up fighting. Now, they had already killed quite a few people from the Tooth clan. The other party would definitely want to kill them as soon as possible. Chapter 5233. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tooth clan was probably one of the few god clans in the Dao Tower who dared not give Hua Jichu face. Everyone be careful. Prepare to take a detour. Don't let the Tooth clan discover you. Thinking of this, Hua Jichu said coldly, "Young Master Hua, don't you have some face in the Dao Tower? Why are you afraid of the Tooth clan?" A woman frowned. This made Hua Jichu unable to put down his face. Then he glanced at Feng Moyang. Seeing Feng Moyang frowning, he was even more unhappy. It was not easy to regain his face in front of Feng Moyang, but he lost it again. "Senior brother Hua, we didn't provoke the Tooth clan." Sure enough, Feng Moyang also said. After all, they were now implicated by Hua Jichu. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Hua Jichu could only force himself to say, "Senior brother Hua, this is the 6th floor, the world of the God clan. If you provoke them and they want to kill us, they won't give us any face." Feng Moyang said again, trying to find a way to get rid of Hua Jichu. Hua Jichu's face became even uglier, but he could not refute. After all, who asked him to be so weak that he couldn't even protect a woman? Hey, what a familiar aura. It's the group of people from the Chaos Realm. At this time, Wu Yuner and the others who were walking in front frowned. They did have a conflict with Hua Jichu, and it was a big conflict. Which group? Windless frowned. That group of newcomers from the Chaos Realm are arrogant and lawless. They killed many of our people. Wu Yuner explained. C, it's them. Damn it, I wanted to destroy them for a long time. Now we finally met them. Windless' body trembled, and his killing intent boiled because he had heard of this matter. That group of people was very arrogant and had already killed tens of thousands of their Tooth clan's juniors. Because of this, that group of people had become wanted criminals of the Tooth clan. To be honest, their Tooth clan had a large number of people and was united. Ordinary god clans did not dare to provoke them, let alone a group of newcomers. Go! With Windless leading the way, the Tooth clan's way. Lin Ling frowned. Why were these guys wasting time? Linyu translation, Su Yu, translation, it's you, Hua Jichu. Then, an angry roar could be heard. You think it's fun to kill our Tooth clan? I told you, don't fall into our hands. You can't afford to offend our Tooth clan. Behind the voice was a surging aura that shook the great earth until it trembled. When the other gods who were hurrying along saw this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. On the other hand, Hua Jichu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were too unlucky. Wu Yun, relying on numbers to bully others, what kind of man are you? Hua Jichu said nonchalantly. The other party had too many people, and they were all god-level giant universe gods. If they were to fight, he would be in trouble. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid, but Feng Moyang and the others were here. Looks like losing face is a must. I'm most afraid that Feng Moyang and the others will be implicated, and there will be countless casualties. If that was the case, then there was no need to think about the marriage anymore. Hero? I'm a woman. Wu Yun had clearly interacted with Hua Jichu before. Furthermore, when their Feng clan's people were killed that day, the other party also relied on numbers. Now, he was saying that there were too many people. How shameless! Now that the dragon tomb has opened, do you want to waste time here? Hua Jichu said again. He was fighting for an opportunity. Hua Jichu, are you afraid? Wu Yun saw through Hua Jichu's trick, causing his expression to turn ugly. He finally said, what happened before was a misunderstanding. If it's caused any inconvenience, I apologize. As for your people who died, I, Hua Jichu, will compensate them. But if you want to use force, I, Hua Jichu, am not someone who can be bullied by others. You can go to the primal chaos realm and ask around. The 8 great deities behind me are very strong. In the entire Dao Pagoda, who dares not give me face? Ha! Windless heard this and laughed loudly. Sounds very powerful, but my One Fang clan wants to be the first to kill you all. This is a magnificent feat, and it will definitely alarm the 6th level. Despicable! Seeing that the One Fang clan would not give up, Hua Jichu finally knew that an intense battle was unavoidable. Kill! Hua Jichu shouted angrily. He wanted to fight for an opportunity. Kill them all! Windless shouted, calling for the One Fang clan to attack. Kill! The eyes of the One Fang clan members were red. They were taking revenge. The two sides clashed crazily. The small mountain peaks and ancient trees were all overturned. Rolling dark clouds rushed out of the sky. What a powerful battle! Who provoked the deities? It seems to be the deities of the primal chaos realm. The deities on the way had solemn expressions. Feng Moyang and the rest cursed angrily. This was an unexpected calamity. Who did they provoke? Although they were angry, the One Fang clan did not hold back at all. Anyway, as long as they were with Hua Jichu, they were his accomplices. Feng Moyang and the rest also knew that there was no way to explain. They would not believe it. Despicable. This young master Hua only knows how to brag. He even said something about protecting me. He even said something about having a big face. Big my ass. Big indeed big. He has killed his way to the door. How can his face not be big? If I knew that young Master Hua was so unbearable, I wouldn't have followed him. Everyone cursed angrily. Hua Jichu was not weak. He was fighting Wu Yun. Of course, when he heard this, his face immediately turned ashen. It's actually her. At this moment, Lin Ling also saw Feng Moyang. His heart was somewhat complicated. After all, ever since he left the primal chaos realm, he had planned to sever all ties with Feng Moyang. But for some reason, he was always able to meet Feng Moyang. And this time, Feng Moyang's situation was obviously not good. Should he help? Lin Ling's mind turned as he looked at the man fighting Wu Yun. Through their previous conversation, Lin Ling knew that the man is called Hua Jichu. Looks like Feng Moyang and Hua Jichu are still together in the end. While Lin Ling was thinking, Hua Jichu's side had already lost more than half of their men. They were not his match at all. Lin Ling saw that Feng Moyang was being suppressed by Wu Feng. She was surrounded by danger and felt that she was going to die a few times. Forget it. Although we are on the same side, we still know each other. Lin Ling sighed and finally made a decision. He disappeared from where he was and reappeared between Wu Feng and Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang was still cursing. After all, she did not provoke this group of people at all. Instead, this group of people beat them to death. Most importantly, the opponent she was facing was too strong. How could she block it? However, just when she thought that she was going to die, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. It was a familiar figure. This made Feng Moyang stunned. It's him. Her heart exploded. There was stubbornness, grievance, as if there were countless words to say to the white-haired man. Boom! A powerful chi wave erupted, only to see Lin Ling and Windless collide in a move. Wu Feng originally wanted to kill Feng Moyang. But after seeing that it was Lin Ling, he cursed in anger. What the hell is this Lin Ling doing? This group of people, for my sake, let them go. Lin Ling said indifferently, his body emitting a powerful aura. Chapter 5234. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Lin Ling. Around Feng Moyang, her fellow apprentices were all exclaiming. They naturally knew Lin Ling, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would appear here. Lin Ling, this matter has nothing to do with you, quickly leave. Feng Moyang anxiously said. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be implicated. Moreover, she also saw that this group of people did not recognize their own family and killed without hesitation. Moreover, her heart was incomparably moved. Every time she was in danger, Lin Ling would appear, as if he was always by her side. And every time the danger was resolved, Lin Ling would disappear without complaint or regret, without asking for anything in return. Lin Ling, quickly leave. Feng Moyang's junior apprentice sister was also shouting. They were once from the same sect. Although they were not familiar with each other, they still knew each other. Lin Ling? He's junior apprentice sister Moyang's former man, Lin Ling? At this moment, Hua Jichu was fighting with Wu Yuner, but his pupils constricted as a dense murderous aura filled the air. Young master, this Lin Ling is an idiot. Just wait for him to be killed. However, Hua Jichu's men transmitted their voice over, full of ridicule. Lin Ling definitely wanted to show off in front of Feng Moyang, but he forgot who his opponent was. This kind of hero saving the beauty was courting death. That's right, this matter is already embarrassing for me. But now that Lin Ling is here, he will definitely lose more face than me. Hua Jichu sneered. Lin Ling. He did not see that Wu Yuner's face was also full of surprise and anger. Which side is this Lin Ling on? Lin Ling, get lost. At this moment, Wu Feng angrily shouted, if you block me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Last time he lost to Lin Ling, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. Today, he did not expect that he did not provoke Lin Ling, but Lin Ling came to provoke him. This is courting death. Give me face and let them go. Lin Ling did not move an inch. Your face? You have no face at all. Windless coldly said, if you didn't have a bit of strength under the tomb, relying on you? He's just trash. Lin Ling, don't ruin things. The other members of the One-Tooth tribe stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling with furrowed brows. This conversation immediately caused Feng Moyang and the others to be very surprised. Lin Ling seemed to know the One-Tooth clan. Moreover, the One-Tooth race was also giving face to Lin Ling, otherwise, they would have already made their move. Why would they say so much? Lin Ling, you know the One Fong clan? Similarly, Hua Jichu was originally looking forward to it, but after seeing this scene, his expression instantly turned ugly. This was because not only did Lin Ling know the Tooth clan, but he was also pleading for them. He, Hua Jichu, actually had to plead for a love rival. This was too embarrassing. Moreover, Feng Moyang and the others will definitely feel that they are inferior to Lin Ling. Kill Lin Ling. Hua Jichu wished the One-Tooth clan could kill Lin Ling to vent the hatred in his heart. Let them go. Lin Ling still had the same sentence, looking at Windless indifferently. Lin Ling, don't force me. Windless coldly said, it's impossible to let them go. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't care about the others, but you have to let them go. Lin Ling turned a blind eye. You're courting death. Windless narrowed his eyes. He had long wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now was also a chance. Brother Windless, Make your move. The One-Tooth Clan members also sneered repeatedly. Lin Ling wanted to be a hero, right? Fine, let him be a coward, let him lose face in front of a beauty. Boom. On Windless' body, a powerful divine power erupted. Even more so, he had a sharp divine body. Only to see a sky full of blood rolling over his head, vast and mighty. His vitality was extremely rich. Brother Windless is serious now. The One-Tooth Clan members were shocked. After all, when he fought with Feng Mo Yang and the others previously, Windless didn't use his full strength at all. Lin Ling, I'll let you know what a guest should do, and not turn the tables. Windless' long hair danced wildly. With a roar, he slapped out with his huge palm, "Spirit covers mountains and rivers." Ferocious divine power suppressed out, and everyone on the ground felt as if they were suffocating. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng Mo Yang shouted and rushed towards Lin Ling, wanting to block in front of Lin Ling. However, he was pushed away by Lin Ling. He took a step forward, fused his innate talent, and also made a move. Rumble. Mobilizing his divine power, he clashed with Windless in the air. Courting death. In the distance, Hua Jichu sneered. He knew that Windless was a middle-stage deity giant cosmos god, the same realm as him. Lin Ling, a mere saint, dared to fight against him. This was courting death. Windless, be merciful. Looking at Wu Yun, she was afraid that Windless would kill Lin Ling. After all, she knew that Windless had long been dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Now, he was using his position to avenge a private grudge. Rumble. Two powerful attacks collided. However, neither of them retreated. They maintained their attacking posture. Peng ping peng. Terrifying waves of energy and divine power wreaked havoc with the two of them as the center. What? Everyone's pupils constricted. They discovered that Lin Ling was not at a disadvantage at all. Windless' expression changed slightly, and he said angrily, "I didn't expect trash like you to have some ability." Of course, he was shocked because Lin Ling was only a peak saint, but his divine power was not weaker than that of an early-stage deity giant cosmos god. It was close to 100 trillion. Of course, he was only shocked. After all, he had not used his trump card yet. You don't know your own limits. Windless shouted in disdain. He increased his divine power again, gradually reaching 200 trillion. This time, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Rumble. The terrifying divine power was like thunder, shaking the 8 desolates and making everyone's expression turn solemn. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved. Lin Ling's universe appeared on his body, protecting him firmly. Windless' palm landed on the universe. This was because he thought that Lin Ling's universe would collapse. However, Lin Ling still did not move an inch. This scene was just like when Lin Ling shook hands with Windless at that time. No matter how Windless urged him to unleash a torrential storm of attacks, he still stood tall like Mount Tai. How is this possible? This time, Windless was finally shocked. After all, he had already activated 200 trillion divine power. Not to mention a saint, even an early-stage deity giant cosmos god would find it hard to resist. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling, only to see Lin Ling with his hands behind his back, looking at him indifferently. "Give me some face and let them go." This sentence was also what Lin Ling said at the beginning. It was as if from the beginning to the end, Lin Ling did not take Windless seriously. Brother Windless actually failed again and again. The people of the One-Tooth Clan were all exclaiming. They felt a burning pain on their faces. It was somewhat embarrassing. This Lin Ling is so strong? Wu Yuna was also very surprised. Even Hua Jichu, who was fighting with her, was the same. Moreover, Hua Jichu's anger was not lower than Windless. After all, he did not expect that the ant in his eyes was actually so strong. Dream on. Windless felt that he could no longer put down his face. He felt that the honor of the One-Tooth Clan had been thrown away by him. He unleashed his full strength. His divine power exceeded the 200 trillion, reaching 265 trillion. It was as if he was holding a huge universe and fiercely attacking Lin Ling from all angles. Die for me. It was as if he had gone mad. Peng ping peng. A deafening sound was heard. Lin Ling was smashed from the sky to the ground. After that, a terrifying shockwave still bombarded the ground, wanting to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Chapter 5235. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Brother Windless, do your best. The honor of the One-Tooth Clan cannot be lost. Damn Lin Ling, go and die. The One-Tooth Clansmen clenched their fists, gritting their teeth as they shouted. That Wu Yin felt her anger had been vented, but after reacting, she immediately shouted, Windless, you are crazy. You are trying to kill Lin Ling. After being reminded by Wu Yun, Windless' expression changed greatly. Even though he hated Lin Ling to death, how would he dare to kill him? He hurriedly retracted his hand and looked nervously at the ground. It's over, it's over. Please don't die. He kept muttering. Voila! At this moment, the soil on the ground churned, following which, a figure stepped out. This person had a glaring light on his body, and 4 ripples were blooming. It was Lin Ling. Give me some face and let them go, Lin Ling said once more. His expression did not change, and even his clothes were not torn. The entire place was silent. Everyone had their mouths wide open, unable to say a single word. Facing Windless' crazy attacks, Lin Ling was actually fine? One had to know that even a deity realm middle stage universe giant god would not dare to receive so many attacks from Windless. Furthermore, he did so without retaliating. Windless stood there in a daze. His previous worries had all turned into 100 times rage. Lin Ling, this was him humiliating him. Dream on. Today they will all die. Don't think that your cosmos is powerful. I can't break through your defense, but you can't break through mine either. Hence, they are all dead. Windless finally understood where Lin Ling's strength lay. So it was the cosmos. He guessed that Lin Ling's cosmos contained the meaning of the world. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so strong. I'll kill them in front of you. Especially that young lady, she is your lover. Let's see how long you can turtle after killing her. Windless roared hysterically. After being humiliated by Lin Ling time and time again, he had lost his rationality. Brother Windless. The One-Tooth Clansmen were still calm as they tried to persuade him. They all did not expect that this revenge battle suddenly became a personal grudge battle between Windless and Lin Ling. Windless, on account of Senior Toothless' face, I didn't touch you. Don't make a mistake. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly said, You lost face because you wanted to settle accounts with me. You only have yourself to blame. As for me, I have always given you face. Senior Toothless also disdained to make a move against you. Stop F** King Bullsh *T. Windless was even more furious. Must you force me to make a move? Lin Ling's hands behind his back began to condense faith power. What are you pretending for? You only have a strong universe defense. Do you think you are qualified to attack me? You can't touch me at all. Windless' pupils were thoroughly red, belittling Lin Ling as he shouted. At this moment, Lin Ling finally drew his sword. An incomparably dazzling light bloomed, turning into a sword of faith in his hand. And on Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling's universe disappeared, and a sword slashed at Windless. Go to hell. Windless saw that Lin Ling had retracted Lin Ling's universe. He opened his hands, urging a powerful divine power to form an endless gale, waiting for Lin Ling to jump into the trap. But Lin Ling's sword was a sword of faith. Bang bang bang. Wherever Lin Ling passed, all the divine power was cut off. The next moment, a sword appeared beside Windless' neck. Windless still maintained the posture of opening his hands, but he didn't move. His pupils were condensing, and he could clearly see the white-haired man in front of him, and he could even see that murderous sword. Windless shouted, but his heart exploded. Lin Ling hadn't made a move, but when he made a move, he couldn't block it at all. This was the true power of the world's will. If you weren't impulsive in your heyday, you could still block a few of my moves. But now, your state only allows me to make a move. Lin Ling looked at Windless indifferently and said, Now, do you agree? Windless shouted again. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if Senior Toothless is here, I will still dare to kill you. I said it before, you can give me face. You can choose not to, but I will give face to Senior Toothless, but only once. Lin Ling said again. Windlass gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Sigh, forget it. This time let them leave. At this time, Wu Yuner, who was fighting in the distance, sighed. Her heart was still rumbling. She never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. Ironically, she thought that Lin Ling's fame was due to his powerful tomb. Without a strong hand, how could he suppress that group of people? So that's how it is. Wu Yuner suddenly realized that her father wanted her to pick up Lin Ling. There was a meaning behind it, and that was to let her get closer to Lin Ling. Initially, when she knew this, she only felt disdain. A mere Lin Ling had the qualifications to make her heart move. But now, she knew that Lin Ling did indeed have the qualifications. When I said let them go, it doesn't mean everyone, but them. At this time, Lin Ling pointed at Feng Moyang and the rest. I believe that they did not provoke One Tooth Clan. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Ling. Feng Moyang looked at Lin Ling with moist eyes. Alright, let them go. Wu Yuner nodded. She could accept Lin Ling's condition. Go. Lin Ling said to Wu Yuner and the rest. Lin Ling. Feng Moyang didn't want to leave. She finally found Lin Ling with great difficulty. She had always wanted to say sorry, but she never thought that the next time she saw Lin Ling would be at such a time. Go. Lin Ling still said the same sentence. Seeing this, Feng Moyang and the rest could only leave. After all, staying would make things difficult for Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Hua Jichu and the rest couldn't leave, so they looked at Lin Ling angrily. Especially Hua Jichu. He felt that he had thrown away all his dignity and honor here. After all, the girl he liked was saved by another man and he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he couldn't even protect himself. Although Hua Jichu wasn't considered a big shot in the Chaos Realm, he could still walk sideways. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Take care of yourself. At this time, Wu Yuner's voice interrupted Hua Jichu. The One Tooth Clan also charged towards Hua Jichu. As such, the pressure on Hua Jichu increased greatly. Young master, leave immediately. We will cover you. The people Hua Jichu brought were loyal. They risked their lives to block the One Tooth Clan. Alright, don't worry. I will take revenge for you. Hua Jichu looked at Wu Yuner and then at Wu Feng. His gaze finally landed on Lin Ling. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to escape. Stop him! The One Tooth Clan was furious. However, Hua Jichu's people were all death warriors. They blocked them without fear of death, allowing Hua Jichu to escape from danger alone. Clown! Lin Ling looked at the escaping Hua Jichu with disdain in his eyes. He naturally noticed the hatred in Hua Jichu's eyes. However, to Lin Ling, Hua Jichu wasn't qualified for Lin Ling to hold a grudge against him. After a while, the people Hua Jichu brought were all annihilated. The One Tooth Clan finally released their hatred. They all followed Wu Yuner and flew towards Lin Ling. Let's go! Lin Ling didn't even look at them and flew into the distance. Wu Feng still stood in the same spot. His face was green and red. He knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. He thought that he was strong enough to look down on Lin Ling. Now, he knew that he and Lin Ling weren't on the same level. Chapter 5236. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The One Fang clan members moved forward again, but this time, it was much quieter. Those who looked down on Lin Ling before did not dare to breathe loudly. When they thought of the scene where Lin Ling defeated Windlass, they deeply felt that they could not see through Lin Ling. Windlass and Wen were at the back, also silent. They also could not see through Lin Ling's power. Saint Rank, how can he be so strong? What defeated me before was the world will power. According to conservative estimates, it should be ancient rank. Probably at the peak of ancient rank, or else he wouldn't be able to break Brother Windlass's attack. What surprised me was that other than his powerful attack, his defense is also terrifying. Four-realm universe, it must be the four-realm universe. With Lin Ling's current strength, he should be able to enter the 6th level's top 100. The two were secretly discussing the 6th level's top 100. This was a supreme strength. There were god race powerhouses, rogue cultivators, and even wanted criminals. As for Windless, he wasn't in the top 100, but he was half a step into the top 100. Moreover, he was working hard to break into the top 100. After all, if he broke into the top 100, he would be able to win glory for the Tooth Clan. Unfortunately, Windless was working hard for this, but he could not rush out of that door. Unknowingly, the white-haired man in front of him had stepped into the top 100. Windless said that he was not envious, but that was a lie. No wonder Father values him so much. It is said that he just came to the 6th level not long ago. Windless sighed. He is indeed a little powerful. This, I admit it, but compared to the real top 100, he is still a little weak. Windless said stiffly. While they were heading towards Dragon Tomb, on the other side, Hua Jichu had also caught up with Feng Moyang and the rest. Junior sister Feng. Hua Jichu's voice came from behind. Feng Moyang and the rest also stopped, frowning. Junior sister Feng, it's good that you are fine. Hua Jichu stopped and smiled. Luckily, I defeated them. You guys, you walked a step faster, otherwise, you would be able to see them. Feng Moyang and the rest were silent, their expressions cold. Junior sister Feng. Hua Jichu saw that everyone's expressions were not good, so he spoke again. Okay, Hua Jichu, don't lie to us. Can you defeat them? You escaped on your own, right? Otherwise, where are you? Feng Moyang's senior sister frowned. I guess they were all trying to protect young Master Hua. That's why they died at the hands of the One Fang clan. I think so. Otherwise, how could young Master Hua have escaped? He couldn't even protect himself. How shameless. You still have the face to talk about repelling the Yifang clan. The others spoke up one after another. Hua Jichu's expression instantly turned ugly. He was embarrassed and embarrassed. Senior Martial Brother Hua, you should leave. At this moment, Feng Moyang spoke. Hua Jichu's expression darkened as he said coldly, You don't plan to follow me anymore? Feng Moyang had wanted to get rid of Hua Jichu for a long time, but she just didn't have an excuse. She said indifferently, You said before that you had a lot of face on the 6th level, and how many people you knew, but in the end? You were almost killed yourself, and that's fine, but you even implicated us. You still have the nerve to say that you want to protect us? You should leave. We're all afraid that we'll be implicated by you. It's safer for us to leave on our own. Moreover, we know people in the Dao Tower. They're from the Giant God clan. They'll protect us. After saying this, Feng Moyang led the group forward. Hua Jichu was stunned. He wanted to chase after them, but he didn't have the face to do so because Feng Moyang was right. His body trembled. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face. Lin Ling, I'm not done with you. He roared. Originally, everything belonged to him, but Lin Ling had suddenly appeared and ruined his plans, causing his reputation to fall to the ground. Feng Moyang and the others also rushed towards Dragon Tomb because they did know the Giant God clan and had contacted them. Junior Martial Sister Feng, we owe Lin Ling another favor. Feng Moyang's senior martial sister said with some guilt. Feng Moyang looked into the distance, her mood complicated. She had chased into the Dao Tower because she wanted to return Lin Ling's favor. But now, not only did she not return the favor, she owed him even more. At this moment, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Dragon Tomb. He was thinking back to the battle not long ago. The powerful defense of the Four Realms cosmos gave him a deep understanding. He estimated that it could block more than 3 trillion deity energy. This meant that ordinary middle-stage deities wouldn't be able to shake him at all. A cosmos on the same level as the Dao Tower is indeed powerful. Lin Ling was secretly satisfied. Not long after, the magnificent Dragon Mountain appeared in front of him. This Dragon Mountain towered into the clouds, but at the foot of the Dragon Mountain, there was a huge hole there. The hole was constantly emitting dense fog. It was very mystical. There were gods walking in one after another. They didn't dare to fly casually, but they moved forward cautiously. Lin Ling, we've arrived at Dragon Tomb. Wu Yuner chased after Lin Ling and smiled. However, her smile was somewhat forced, as if she had thought of the previous matter. "Let's go in." Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. After that, the people of the One-Tooth clan entered through the hole. At this moment, Lin Ling deeply felt that after entering the hole, a mysterious feeling enveloped his body. However, when Lin Ling tried to sense that power, Lin Ling couldn't sense it. After entering the hole, there was a brief moment of darkness, but it quickly recovered. Looking around, one could see that this place was like the remains of an underground palace. It was full of ancient bricks, and the surface of the bricks was faintly glowing. They seemed to be extremely hard. According to legend, Dragon Mountain is the tomb of the ancestral dragon. It seems to be true. Otherwise, how could there be bricks? Windless cried out in surprise. "Lower your voice," Lin Ling shouted. He could clearly feel that the gods who had entered with him had all disappeared. It was very strange. Windless was reprimanded by Lin Ling, but this time, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only pay attention to the surroundings. The way back has disappeared. Wu Yuner suddenly discovered something. She saw that the entrance of the hole that they had just entered had already turned into thick bricks. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He mobilized his god origin energy and flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and hit the bricks like a firefly. However, it was immediately rebounded. These bricks are indeed hard. There's a mysterious power protecting them. Lin Ling came to a conclusion. This meant that if they wanted to go deeper, the only way was to follow the main road. Flying and other means were useless. Wait! After that, Lin Ling frowned. His soul power was strong and he felt that something was wrong. "Let's go!" He shouted and took the lead to rush forward. Wu Yuner and the rest were still in a daze. Windless shouted, "Lin Ling, don't rush in. It's very dangerous." With that, above Lin Ling's head, a huge rock as big as a city smashed down, causing Wu Yuner and the rest to shout, "Lin Ling, be careful." Lin Ling was a guest invited by Senior Toothless. If he died here, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Lin Ling was still rushing forward. He also felt the change above his head. However, he could feel that he could rush over. Chapter 5237. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This place looks peaceful, but I never expected it to be filled with danger. Lin Ling's heart was heavy. These boulders had appeared out of nowhere. Coupled with their hardness, even a god would not be able to block them. Lin Ling. At this moment, voices came from behind. The boulder was already very close to Lin Ling, less than 10 meters away. Lin Ling did not slow down and continued to charge forward. The boulder was getting closer and closer, to the point where his long hair could touch the boulder on top of his head. But at the crucial moment, he still charged forward. Rumble. Behind them, the sound of a boulder crashing down could be heard, making Windless and the rest secretly wipe away their sweat. A moment later, that enormous boulder the size of a city slowly rose up again. On the other side, Lin Ling's figure also appeared. "Come over quickly." Lin Ling stood on the other side and shouted at the same time. Wu Yuner and the rest were still happy for Lin Ling. When they heard this, they were stunned, not understanding what it meant. After all, it was dangerous to move forward. Why would they charge forward? Rumble. At this moment, they finally noticed the change. The city wall behind them was actually condensing into a huge round boulder. Bang! The round boulder fell from the sky, causing the underground palace to shake. Dirt fell from the sky, and then the round boulder rolled towards Wu Yuner and the rest. Not good. Wu Yuner and the rest's faces changed as they rushed forward. At the same time, Wu Yuner attacked, wanting to break the boulder behind them. However, when the attack landed on the boulder, the divine force immediately rebounded. There's something wrong with these boulders. They seem to be immune to divine force. Windless guessed. Stop talking, let's charge forward. Wu Yuner's face was heavy. If they were crushed by the boulder, even a god would not be able to block it. Everyone's speed was very fast as they rushed forward. But at this moment, the boulder that Lin Ling was facing fell from the sky again. Quick! Wu Yuner quickly shouted. Lin Ling was on the other side and could clearly see the situation. He also shouted, "The people behind, don't charge forward. There's no time. Wait for the next time." Hearing this, the people at the front of the group charged forward with all their might, while the people at the back of the group stopped in their tracks. However, there were some who were afraid of death and still followed behind Wu Yun and the others, attempting to charge past the giant rock. Rumble! The huge boulder quickly smashed down, causing Wu Yun and the others who were below the boulder to become anxious. They used all their strength. In the end, they barely managed to pass through the boulder. "Save me." However, there was still one person who was a step slower and was shouting anxiously. And after Wu Yun and the rest rushed past the boulder, they turned back to look. All of their faces changed, but they were helpless. They hurriedly unleashed a powerful attack, hoping to buy time for that person. Unfortunately, it was useless. The giant rock was like a giant Vajra city, unmoved. Boom! It continued until the man was smashed into minced meat. Everyone's faces froze when they saw that person disappear. They never imagined that someone would die as soon as they entered this place. Rumble! At the same time, the boulder slowly rose, allowing Lin Ling and the others to see the person behind the boulder. "Come over quickly!" Wu Yun and the others shouted because the round boulder was also rolling over. This meant that everyone only had one chance. If they did not come over, they would die under the round boulder. Luckily, the square boulder was rising, giving everyone a chance. Everyone unleashed their strength and leaped under the boulder. Their speed was as fast as teleportation. Fortunately, the boulder was grand and wide. Otherwise, everyone would have already passed through it. However, this time, everyone finally managed to pass through without any mishap. They gathered together, breathing heavily, their foreheads full of cold sweat, as if they had not reacted yet. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently, "Looks like this underground palace dragon tomb is not simple." Anticipation rose in his heart. This underground palace was so dangerous, then the treasures obtained would definitely be extraordinary. If only he could rush into the divine level. Although his strength was considered above average in the 6th level, he knew that was because he had yet to meet a true expert. "Let's go." Following that, Lin Ling said to everyone and took the lead to advance. Wu Yun, Windless and the rest looked at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. If they looked down on Lin Ling at the start, and then Lin Ling defeated Windless, making them pay attention to him, then now, they somewhat worshipped him. After all, Lin Ling's realm did not seem high, but that ability to not be afraid in the face of danger was something they did not possess. Following by Lin Ling's side, they would have a sense of security. Rumble! Everyone continued to advance for a very long time. The sky also kept smashing boulders down. Luckily, everyone was prepared. It was a daunting experience without any mishap. After a long time, an entrance appeared in front. The entrance was pitch black with dense fog pervading the air. "Seems like we've reached a new place. However, along the way, why didn't we see anyone else? One must know that there are many people who entered the dragon tomb now." I reckon that after entering the cave, the direction changed. Wu Yun and the rest were talking. In fact, after entering the cave, Lin Ling had also been investigating. However, no matter what divine ability he used, he could not see through the dragon tomb. He could only be sure that they were now in the Dragon Mountain. "There's no danger ahead. Let's go." Lin Ling sensed the front and then took the lead to walk towards the entrance. When Wu and the rest saw this, they quickly followed. After entering the entrance, everyone was shocked because they had arrived at a majestic hall. This hall was very tall, and there were clouds floating in the sky. Above the clouds, there were impenetrable city bricks that sealed everything. Looking at the area, it was a majestic plain. However, they could still see the thick city walls in the distance. This was simply a giant's hall. After all, there were stone pillars in the hall, but they were all incomparably huge. At this moment, there were intense battles everywhere in the hall. Upon closer inspection, there were many people inside. Looking at the corner of the hall, there were a large number of dragon stones. It was estimated that these people were fighting for the dragon stones. So many dragon stones. Wu Yun immediately revealed a smile. Lin Ling looked at the battles around and discovered that there were many experts. The stronger ones were deities and late-stage cosmos giants. The battles were incomparably intense. Of course, there were also deities falling. Everyone be careful. Don't attract too much attention. Lin Ling could not help but remind them. With their strength, it was hard for them to fight against too many deities. Windlass and the rest nodded. They carefully moved forward and collected dragon stones by the side of an enormous stone pillar. Lin Ling was also collecting, but his gaze was always on the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. Look, that's the One-Tooth Clan. Lin Ling and the rest suddenly entered, and they were seen by some deities. The majority of deities did not care about the One-Tooth Clan, but there were exceptions. This was the Ceiling Cave Clan. Because the Ceiling Cave Clan and the One-Tooth Clan had an irreconcilable enmity. It's the brats from the One-Tooth Clan. Good chance, kill them. The Ceiling Cave Clan deity revealed his killing intent. He wanted to kill Windlass and the rest. Chapter 5238. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the lowest dragon stones here are 2 dragon stones. We are going to be rich. Wu Feng and the others were very happy and laughed loudly. Wu Feng looked around and saw a rare 3 dragon stone. He stretched out his hand and wanted to collect it. But in front of him, a palm was faster than him. He looked up. Damn, it's you, Lin Ling. He quickly gave it to Lin Ling and laughed. You saw it first, it's yours. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this, Wu and the others laughed and scolded. Lin Ling also laughed and collected the 3 dragon stones. He sighed in his heart. Dragon stones were very rare in the 18 Dragon Mountains. But here they were everywhere. Plus, no one collected 1 dragon stone. The lowest was 2 dragon stones. Just as he collected the dragon stones, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. He felt a strong aura flying towards them. He quickly said, "Someone is coming." Wu Yun and the others looked around and their faces changed. It's young Master Wu from the Ceiling Cave Clan. Ceiling Cave Clan? Lin Ling frowned. He had heard of this mysterious clan. That young Master Wu is in the top 100 of the 6th floor. He is on par with Yin Chuangyu from the Silver Moon Clan. Wu Yunner's face turned serious. The most important thing is that the Ceiling Cave Clan and our One-Tooth Clan have grievances. Now that they are here, they most likely have bad intentions. Wu Feng, you still haven't left after seeing me, Wu Feng? At this time, a loud laugh came. Young Master Wu from the Ceiling Cave Clan slowed down and walked over with his hands behind his back. The so-called enemies meet on a narrow road. Today, you can't escape. Wu Feng shouted. He had interacted with young Master Wu many times. He knew the latter's strength and knew that the latter could not wait to kill them. Usually, with the One-Tooth Clan seniors here, young Master Wu would not dare to act recklessly. Now that there were no seniors here and they were in this place, they could not avoid trouble. Who is the one who can't escape? Currently, we can't determine. Wu Feng sneered and gave Wu and the others a look, reminding them of the upcoming battle. Rumble. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out. Prince Wu had already made his move. He slapped out with his palm, and a divine mountain appeared. Golden light shone resplendently, as if it could seal heaven and earth. Get lost. Windlass unleashed his full power, punching out with both fists. 2 trillion divinity power surged out. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded as the golden divine mountain was destroyed. However, it was clear that young Master Wu had not used his full strength. At the same time, more than 10 figures appeared in the surroundings and encircled them. Looking carefully, these people were all middle-stage deity cosmos giant gods, much stronger than Wu Yun and the others. And that was not all. Among them, there were even top 100 great beings, and these top 100 great beings were the best of the best among the god-level giant universe gods. You still dare to be so stubborn? Fine, let me see how amazing you One Fang Clan juniors are. Young Master Wu seemed to be in control of the situation as he smiled and said, Wu, I know that Senior Wu Ya and the others have left and entered the depths of the underground palace. Now, there is no one who can help you. Following which, he ordered the other experts to attack, kill them all. On the 6th level, ordinary people did not dare to kill those from the deity race, but it was normal for deities to kill those from the deity race. Everyone be careful. Wu Yun warned and took the initiative to attack. Now that she was the leader of the group, she naturally had to face young Master Wu. Her hands danced as she mobilized her divinity energy and pushed out the universe. 2 layers of attacks transformed into a layer of purple light that rushed towards young Master Wu. The surrounding area became hazy for some reason, just like the moment when the sun rose. Insignificant tricks. Young Master Wu opened his hands, and his divinity energy transformed into a large number of majestic divine mountains that ruthlessly rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. If not for the entire Great Hall being filled with battles, the battle here would have attracted the attention of countless people. One could see the golden divine mountain colliding with the purple fog. That fog seemed to have materialized and was constantly destroying the divine mountain. However, the golden divine mountain was clearly more powerful, and the purple fog could not last for long. Dust Spirit Tooth Light. Wu Yun-er's expression froze as she mobilized all her divinity energy to resist. On the other side, Wu Feng and the rest were also clashing with the one-tooth race. Rumble. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Although Wu Feng and the rest had more people, their strength was slightly weaker. Therefore, they could only barely not lose. Hee, so many of you and you can't even stop a dozen of us. Your one-tooth race is a disgrace. The other party sneered. They were not in a hurry to kill Wu Feng and the rest. After all, they were also afraid that Wu Feng and the rest would act out of desperation. Anyways, if this continued, Wu Feng and the rest would definitely die. Now, they could only wait for Wu Yun-er to be killed first. Wu Yun, you are very beautiful. If not for the fact that you are from the one-tooth race, this young master would not want to destroy you. Young Master Wu seemed to be at ease. His divinity energy had reached 3 trillion. Adding on his powerful divinity body, he would kill Wu Yun-er sooner or later. Young Master Wu, you are so arrogant and complacent. Be careful that an arrogant army will be defeated. Wu Yun-er could feel the huge pressure. Without mentioning other things, just the 30 billion divinity energy was enough to tire her out. The two had fought for hundreds of rounds. If not for the floor of the underground palace being tough, this place would have been destroyed. Go and die, 9 words acupuncture point seal. At this moment, young Master Wu grasped the opportunity. His hands moved rapidly, forming a mysterious seal. After fusing with his divinity body, he unleashed a fierce attack. Wu Yun-er was surrounded by 9 golden divinity mountains. Furthermore, the 9 divinity mountains were charging towards Wu Yun. Not good, I've been tricked. Wu Yun-er's expression changed. If her acupuncture point was sealed, even if she did not die, she would lose a layer of skin. She now knew how powerful the top 100 of the 6th floor were. Shio. At this moment, a dazzling sword arrived and shot in from her left. Under the sword, a crack appeared on one of the divinity mountains. What? Young Master Wu's expression changed. His 9 words acupuncture point seal was connected from head to tail. This chop was not just one divinity mountain, but 9. The person who came could actually split the divinity mountains. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. And the person who attacked was Lin Ling. He had used the Faith Sword. However, this sword that could cut through everything was unable to split the golden divinity mountains. This undoubtedly caused him to be very shocked. It seemed like the top 100 of the 6th floor did not live up to their reputation. Lin Ling. Wu saw Lin Ling beside her and was overjoyed. Hurry up and leave this place. When Lin Ling saw that his sword could not split the divinity mountains, he knew that if he was sealed by the 9 divinity mountains, he would most likely die. My 9 words acupuncture point seal is not something that you can come and go as you please. Young Master Wu roared. Bang. But at this moment, Lin Ling punched out. The terrifying punch seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It actually caused the divinity mountains to retreat. Following which, Lin Ling brought Woon out of the 9 words acupuncture point seal. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that the 9 words acupuncture point seal was actually mixed with many different powers. There was the power of the gods, the power of the universe, and the unique divinity body of the Sealing Point tribe. Chapter 5239. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Xiao Xiao. 2 figures rushed out of the 9 sacred mountains, causing Wu Feng and the rest to feel relieved. Fortunately, Lin Ling was there. Prince Wu's expression was ugly. He almost killed Wu Yun, but she was saved by this white-haired male. Who was this white-haired male? Furthermore, he had seen this white-haired male before, but he did not expect him to be so strong. Your strength is not bad. You are only a saint, but you can break my 9 words acupuncture point seal. Who are you? Prince Wu looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored him and let Wu Yun help Wu Feng and the rest. He then looked at Prince Wu. Your strength is not bad too. Middle stage deity realm universe giant god, but your deity energy has reached 300 trillion units, comparable to a late stage universe giant god. Your Excellency, there are very few experts like you on the 6th floor. Even if you don't say anything, it's easy to find out. Prince Wu wanted to know Lin Ling's background. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he did not hide. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Prince Wu's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Lin Ling's name. He was a new giant on the 6th floor. During the battle in the Purple Wind Cave, he escaped from the hands of 2 deity clans. One of the 8 deities from the primal chaos world, White Mountain Great Buddha, was sent out, but they still could not catch Lin Ling. I have heard of your name for a long time. So it is you. Prince Wu smiled, his eyes burning with the flames of war. I heard that you killed Yin Chuangyu. At first, I thought it was just a rumor. But after meeting you today, it is indeed possible. Only possible? Lin Ling smiled. Of course, Yin Chuangyu is not that weak. If you only have that kind of strength, you are comparable to Yin Chuangyu, or even slightly weaker. Young Master Wu nodded. Of course, I can't guarantee that you're still hiding your strength, so we'll find out soon enough. Moreover, I'm very excited. If I kill a giant like you, Wu Feng's name will probably shake the entire 6th floor. You think you have the strength? Lin Ling smiled. Of course. Young Master Wu nodded proudly. I'm ranked 72nd among the top 100 gods on the 6th level. In terms of strength, I'm actually slightly stronger than Yin Chuangyu. You're in the top 100 of the 6th floor, and I'm a new big shot of the 6th floor. That little bit of fame of yours isn't enough to take advantage of me. Lin Ling said. We'll know after the battle. Young Master Wu stretched out his hand and condensed a powerful divine energy into a huge golden divine mountain that floated behind young Master Wu. It was incomparably majestic. Coo coo coo. Young Master Wu also let out a strange sound, giving people an extremely strange feeling. However, after these sounds, the golden mountains began to condense and collided with each other. Gradually, they turned into a huge beast. This beast was golden in color and extremely long. It gave off a very strange feeling. Pangolin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he saw the golden beast's true form. You do have some eyesight, but you guessed wrong. It's the Golden Armadillo King. Young Master Wu smiled coldly and then ordered the huge armadillo to pounce on Lin Ling. The underground palace shook violently, and the roof of the palace was constantly falling debris. The shock of the Golden Armadillo King caused countless battles to stop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's battle had become the most intense battle. That's young Master Wu from the Sealing Cave tribe. Who's so powerful that they dare to fight with him? That white-haired man, I wonder who he is. Everyone squinted their eyes and was surprised. Panga's finger. Lin Ling saw the golden light flickering toward him. He was shocked that the huge Golden Armadillo King was so fast. He erupted with all his strength and used the Panga's attack. A huge finger was shot out. This finger, formed by divine energy, was actually not smaller than the golden armadillo king. It glided along the ground, creating a huge trench in the ground. Boom! With a loud boom, the two powerful forces collided, and the entire underground palace shook. Bang bang bang. Then, the rumbling continued. The gigantic golden armadillo king was sent flying by Lin Ling's finger, rolling on the ground like a rubber ball. But soon, it got up again, and with anger in its eyes, it pounced on Lin Ling again. So strong. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. His panga's finger was no small matter now. It only made the divine beast roll on the ground, and it did not even hurt it. Bastard! He roared and mobilized all his faith, fusing it with the power of faith. His entire sword shone brightly, and it had reached the peak of the immemorial grade. He suddenly appeared on top of the golden armadillo king, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down. The sword of faith was now used as a battle axe. Clang! Facing Lin Ling's sword, the golden armadillo king actually shrank into a ball. Its golden scales shone brightly and blocked Lin Ling's sword. Crack! A large number of cracks appeared on its scales, and then it began to fall off. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword of faith was caught in the golden armadillo king's scales. This made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. This time, his sword of faith failed again. The golden armadillo king's defense was too strong. At this time, Lin Ling, who was in midair, felt a gust of wind sweeping over. The golden armadillo king's two claws swept toward Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that the power of divinity in the claws exceeded 3 trillion. It was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. Lin Ling, be careful. Wu Yuner and the others were also shouting. At this critical moment, Lin Ling activated Lin Ling's universe, and a light shield appeared around them. With a rumbling sound, the claws seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and cracks appeared on Lin Ling's universe. However, Lin Ling took this opportunity to escape from the claws. He even abandoned the sword of faith. Humph, you are not my match. Seeing this, young Master Wu sneered, and his eyes were full of arrogance and contempt. He was so strong that he must be one of the strongest middle-stage universe giant gods. There are too many gods here and more are coming. If we encounter Wan Hu, the Silver Moon clan, and the others, it will be troublesome. Young Master Wu won't be able to defeat them in a short time. While Lin Ling was flying backward, his mind was in deep thought. In the end, he chose to escape. After all, even if he defeated young Master Wu with all his strength, he would have used up all his trump cards. If his enemies from the Silver Moon clan appeared, Lin Ling would be in trouble. You want to leave? Young Master Wu saw Lin Ling retreating and guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. He sneered and shouted, "If I, young Master Wu, want to kill someone, no one can escape. If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, no one can stop me." As Lin Ling was flying backward, he sneered, and a powerful soul power rushed out. Universe 3 extremes break. Formless cosmic rays rushed out from Lin Ling's body, but this time, they didn't attack Golden Armadillo King. Instead, they attacked young Master Wu. Young Master Wu obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly attack him. Soul power. His expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hands, an endless golden mountain appeared and sealed him inside. The cosmic rays intertwined, passed through the golden mountain, and attacked young Master Wu continuously, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His soul was shattered, but it quickly reformed. Go! Lin Ling seized the opportunity and rushed toward Wu Yun and the others. You want to leave? The Sealed Cave clan, who was fighting with Wu Yun and the others, naturally wanted to stop Lin Ling and the others. However, their strength couldn't compare to young Master Wu, so they couldn't stop Lin Ling. Chapter 5240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Facing over 10 deity realm giant cosmos gods, Lin Ling activated all his techniques and slashed out. The Faith Sword formed a powerful sword light that transformed into a crescent moon slash, sending the 10 deity realm giant cosmos gods flying. Such power! The Sealed Cave clan's gods had a huge change in expression. One had to know that their power was so much higher than Lin Ling's, and with so many of them working together, they still could not stop Lin Ling. Charge out! Windlass and the others used this opportunity to charge out of the encirclement. Peng ping peng! They also used their absolute arts, sending out waves of light that forced the gods to retreat. Wu Yun, you are escaping just like that? Have you forgotten how your sister Wu died? Her taste is not bad. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, bringing with it a sense of satisfaction. Wu Yun, who was following Lin Ling, narrowed her eyes and a blood-red flame flashed in her eyes. She suddenly turned her head. Let's go, don't be fooled. Lin Ling sensed Wu Yun's emotions and could not help but roar. Wu Yun took a deep breath and finally left with Lin Ling. It was no wonder she was so angry. Wu Yu was her twin sister, yet she died in the hands of Wu Feng. Furthermore, she died in such a tragic manner. This was the pain of her life. You want to leave? Suddenly, a resounding voice came from behind. Lin Ling and Wu Yun, who were at the back of the group, sensed the arrival of a powerful universe that sealed time, space, and even reincarnation. Even though they were rushing forward, it felt as though they were just stepping on the same spot. Not good. Lin Ling roared, clenching the faith sword and slashing forward, wanting to break through this restriction. Before your sister died, she was shouting, "Sister, under me." At this moment, that cold voice came again, causing Wu Yun to grit her teeth. She could not hold it in any longer. She suddenly turned around and a bugle horn appeared in her hand, blowing into it. This bugle horn was extraordinary and was a sacred item of the Tooth clan. With this blow, a pair of white and huge horns appeared out of thin air. This pair of horns looked like water ripples, but also like the horns of a goat. It was extremely strange. Furthermore, only the horns could be seen, and the head could not be seen. It was as if the horns had grown out of the rolling mist. Boom! The moment the horn collided with Lin Ling and the others, cracks appeared in the universe space. Then Lin Ling slashed out with his sword and it completely shattered. Kill him! Wu Yu's face was cold. She did not run away. Instead, she ordered the twin horns to attack young Master Wu. Wu Yun, don't translation. Lin Ling immediately cursed. At a time like this, they should be running away. Translation, kill him. The gods of the Ceiling Cave race all sneered and wanted to kill Wu Yun who was rushing over. However, the pair of horns actually sent them flying and killed 3 gods in succession. In the end, the horns crashed into Golden Armadillo King who was in front of young Master Wu. Golden Armadillo King's golden scales shone with golden light and fought evenly with the pair of horns. At this moment, young Master Wu had completely awakened. A large golden sword appeared in his hand. The golden radiance turned solid and formed a terrifying golden ghost head. Wu, you lost your mind so easily. You are too stupid. He disappeared from his spot and appeared above Wu Yun's head, slashing down with his sword. Wu Yun was still blowing the bugle horn. Her expression changed drastically. Finally, she gave up blowing the bugle horn and used it to block the sky. Kinchang. However, the bugle horn was sent flying by young Master Wu's sword and smashed into the ground. Young Master Wu's sword did not stop and slashed towards Wu Yun. Shua. Blood spurted out. Wu Yun's arm was cut off by young Master Wu. The pain caused Wu Yun's face to turn pale. Putong. She fell from the sky and lost half of her battle strength. Young Master Wu looked in front and saw the mysterious pair of horns clashing with Golden Armadillo King. He was secretly shocked by the might of the bugle horn. He then looked at Wu Yun and knew that she could not be left alive. Go to hell. He slashed down with his sword, wanting to split Wu Yun in half. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling arrived. He slashed towards the sky and sent young Master Wu's sword flying. However, Lin Ling's expression was extremely grave, because his faith sword was dimming. He estimated that it would not be able to last much longer. Lin Ling, I have no enmity with you. Why do you insist on seeking death? Young Master Wu looked at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. If I were you, I would have used the opportunity when I was killing Wu Yun, or to distance myself from the conflict and not play the hero. I am a little stupid. You can think of it that way. Lin Ling raised his head and said, "You are indeed stupid. Unfortunately, people who are too stupid usually die." Young Master Wu sneered. He raised the golden sword in his hand again, and a golden armor suddenly appeared on his body. His aura was increasing crazily at this moment. Lin Ling's expression was grave. He did not know if the Faith Sword could block young Master Wu's attack. He was after all a saint. To be able to contend with the top 100, he had to rely on various trump cards. However, at this moment, a strong gust of wind swept over, and a huge green bamboo flew over. Looking at the thing holding the green bamboo, it was actually an incomparably huge white ape. It was unknown when this white ape had appeared, but it was extremely violent. Its thick arms held the green bamboo, and its strength was vast. Moreover, the white ape's fur was very long, reaching the ground. It was like a savage. Young Master Wu's expression changed. At this moment, he was unable to defend himself. He was swept by the green bamboo and flew backwards. He crashed into a pillar in the distance, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. Pooh! Young Master Wu spat out a mouthful of golden blood and said coldly, "Who is it? Let's go." However, the white ape did not care about him. It threw Lin Ling and Wu on its shoulder and then strode forward. It was as fast as the wind. "Stop him." Young Master Wu struggled to stand up. However, he was still injured and could not stand steadily. The gods of the Ceiling Cave tribe immediately helped young Master Wu to delay the white ape. However, at this moment, a huge bronze bell suddenly appeared in the sky and suppressed them. It actually sealed all the gods inside the bronze bell. Who are these people? They are not weak at all. Young Master Wu saw this scene and his expression became grave. If it was one-on-one, he would not be afraid of these people. However, they suddenly joined forces and caught him off guard. He did not chase after them. He walked back to where he was and looked at the bugle horn on the ground. His expression instantly became cold. This bugle horn is an extremely powerful divine weapon. Unfortunately, only the bloodline of the Fang tribe can activate it. Lin Ling, you spoiled my plans. My Ceiling Cave tribe will not let you off. Don't think that you can escape from my grasp just because you ran away. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. With a slash of his sword, the bronze bell was cut in half. The gods inside were all freed. Chapter 5241. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Young Master. They looked at young Master Wu and said, their faces full of guilt. It's not your fault. The strength of those two is comparable to a god-level giant universe god. Young Master Wu shook his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge door in the distance. It was hundreds of meters tall and was extremely majestic. Lin Ling and the others disappeared into it. Two people? Not one? The gods exclaimed. No, two people. One of them has the bloodline of the Donghuang clan. I didn't expect the Donghuang clan to enter the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Young Master Wu said indifferently. Collect the dragon stones nearby and then go after them. At this moment, the battle in the underground palace was still fierce, but many people were watching. They were shocked by the battle between young Master Wu and the others. They guessed that the battle between them was a top god-level battle. Senior sister. On the other side, Lin Ling exclaimed on the white ape. He knew who the white ape was. After all, green bamboo represented everything. Moreover, he knew that Saint Yi was also here. Sir, how did you provoke the Sealer clan? Sure enough, Saint Yi appeared on the white ape's shoulder and looked at Lin Ling happily. It's a long story. How did you get in here? Lin Ling asked curiously. Don't mention it. The Chu family is here. Saint Yi sighed. The Chu family? Lin Ling frowned. He remembered that not long ago he had killed a man called Young Master Chu and obtained Chu Wuzhu from him. At that time, Young Master Chu had said that they were from the Chu family in the chaotic realm. The Chu family was not comparable to the 8 gods, but it was also extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they had also entered the Dao Pagoda and come to kill them. They attacked from the bottom all the way to the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Many people died, but their goal was to kill us. Xingyi continued. Moreover, when you were not here, we had fought with them several times. Generally speaking, they were stronger than us, but we were not weaker than them. Later, the Chu family asked someone to help them, and they were extremely powerful. Even the Thunder Lord and the others could not defeat them. What happened after that? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He knew how strong the Yellow Emperor and the others were when they worked together, but they still couldn't fight back. This showed how strong that person was. After that, we split up and agreed to enter Dragon's Tomb to avoid them. Now, everyone has entered the Dragon's Tomb, but they have also dispersed. Xingyi explained. However, I guess that Lei Gong and the others had entered earlier than us because Sister Qingzhu and I were held back by the Chu family. It was not easy for us to get rid of them. Rumble. At the same time, White Ape's body trembled as it transformed continuously. Lin Ling and the rest immediately leaped into the air. The White Ape gradually disappeared, leaving behind a green bamboo on the ground. Gradually, it transformed into a woman in white. It was Qingzhu. Junior brother. Qingzhu greeted him with a smile. Let's talk while we walk. Lin Ling glanced behind him. He knew that he shouldn't stay here for long. Everyone chatted as they walked. Through Qingzhu's conversation, Lin Ling also knew that Dragon Tomb was filled with enemies. Go to our Wunfang clan. Meanwhile, Wu Yun'er spoke. Is your hand all right? Lin Ling asked immediately. Wu Yun'er shook her head and said gratefully, I was too impulsive just now. Thank you for saving me. However, our only way now is to find my father and the others. All the experts of our Wunfang clan have entered Dragon's Tomb. As long as we meet up, we won't be afraid of them. Lin Ling nodded. If our people also meet up, our strength will be greatly enhanced. However, I guess it won't be easy to find them. After saying that, Lin Ling also looked into the distance and his gaze finally fell on Qingzhu and the rest. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Qingzhu and the rest immediately felt that something was wrong. I can't explain it. In short, I feel a faint aura on your bodies. It's very strange. Lin Ling explained, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately. Everyone nodded and hurried forward. Along the way, they met Wu Feng and the rest. The combination of the two had increased their strength by a lot. After they left the main hall of the underground palace, they found that they had entered another underground palace. This place was even bigger. There were maze-like corridors and a large number of secret rooms. Many dragon stones were hidden in these secret rooms. Moreover, they were at least 3 dragon stones. Therefore, there were many gods in this area. They were searching everywhere for dragon stones and treasures. Lin Ling and the rest were also searching for treasures. Everyone had a great harvest. However, Lin Ling and the rest also encountered a few waves of enemies. These people were from the Fengxue clan, the Wanhai clan, and the Chu clan. Of course, Lin Ling and the rest were powerful. After joining forces, most of them were wiped out. This time, Lin Ling and the rest had just finished searching a secret room. After they came out, they immediately saw a large group of gods blocking the door. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Lin Ling finally frowned. Lord Lin Ling, what's wrong? Saint Gei asked curiously. They had many enemies in the underground palace. It was not strange for them to encounter these enemies. It's too regular. These people will appear at a certain time. There's not much difference in the time. Lin Ling voiced out the suspicion in his heart. Hearing his words, Qingzhu carefully recalled and immediately nodded. About every 8 hours, we would encounter someone blocking our way. It is extremely accurate. This is indeed a little strange. Hee, you can't escape even if you have wings. At this time, the gods opposite them interrupted them. These people were all gods. There were even a few gods in the middle stage of the universe giant god realm. We'll give you a chance. All of you kneel down, kowtow, and surrender. We'll leave your corpses intact. Hearing these words, Lin Ling and the rest looked at each other and shook their heads. These people probably did not know their strength. Did you hear that? Seeing that Lin Ling and the rest did not speak, one of the gods shouted sternly. Lin Ling and the rest had already made their move. They did not want to waste time here. Although they felt that it was very strange, it was clear that this group of people could not stop them. Rumble. The two sides clashed fiercely. Lin Ling's side had Qin Zhu and Senki. Their strength could not be compared to before. In a short hour, these people were all killed, leaving behind a large number of dragon stones. Senki Yi's strength was already extraordinary. More importantly, as his strength increased, his control of the Donghuang Bell also became more powerful. Come out. Suddenly, Lin Ling let out a low growl and looked in a certain direction. Then he rushed over and grabbed with his big hand. There was nothing there, but the strange thing was that Lin Ling's hand seemed to reach into the water and suddenly pulled out a person. This person was wearing a loose robe. He was small and thin, like a fox. After being grabbed by Lin Ling, he was obviously shocked. "You, how did you find me?" he asked in a shocked voice. Chapter 5242. That's right. You don't need to know that. What I want to know is why you're following us. Lin Ling said coldly. He had sealed this person with the four-realm universe. Although this person's methods were strange, his realm wasn't high. He was only an early-stage universe giant god. Let's go. Lin Ling signaled Green Bamboo and the others with his eyes. He planned to talk as they walked. After all, it was too dangerous to stay here. Green Bamboo and the others were surprised. Why didn't they sense anything when this person was following them? They walked along the corridor of the underground palace for 2 hours. Fortunately, the underground palace was big enough. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have crossed half the universe. In a new secret room, Lin Ling and the others appeared. They asked Windless and the others to collect dragon stones, while Lin Ling threw that person on the ground. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so alert. The thin fox-faced man wasn't flustered at all. He laughed sinisterly. Tell me, who are you? Green Bamboo frowned. She felt that this person was very strange. After all, this person's realm wasn't high, but he could escape from their senses. He was obviously hiding some strength. Who I am is not important. What's important is who you've provoked. That person said indifferently. He stared at Lin Ling, especially you. Lin Ling sneered. You don't need to worry about me. But do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Is that so? That person shook his head disdainfully. You rising stars don't know how powerful the ancient gods are and how many years they've been through. Forget it, it's a waste of time to talk to you. Just wait for that person's anger. Even if he was caught, his attitude was still high and mighty, as if he wasn't worried at all. After saying that, he closed his eyes. He looked as if he could kill him or cut him up. However, Lin Ling sensed a strange fluctuation. It was a familiar feeling, but when he sensed it carefully, it seemed that no god in the current era had ever used it. And this power only appeared in the square prison. Holy unification. Suddenly, Lin Ling let out a low shout. Saint Gui's expression changed. He immediately activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and enveloped that person. Almost at the same time, the fox-faced man's body became illusory as if he was about to disappear. However, after being suppressed by the Donghuang Bell and Lin Ling's Four Realms universe, his illusory body gradually became solid. Clearly, this person was using some mysterious method to escape, but was stopped by Lin Ling and Saint Gui. What? That person suddenly opened his eyes and his expression changed. You want to leave? Lin Ling looked at the man coldly, looking straight into his eyes. I really thought you weren't afraid of death, but if you weren't, why did you run away? That person's face immediately turned green and red, unable to answer. Tell me, who sent you? As long as you tell me, I'll let you go. Okay, I'll tell you. I was called here by the Chu family. You killed the members of the Chu family, so they came here from the chaotic realm to take revenge. That person said with a pale face, I've told you everything I know. You should let me go. Qin Zhu and the others frowned. The Chu family was really something. They had sent someone to follow them. Who else could it be other than the Chu family? Qin Zhu asked. Also, Mr. Wu from the Silver Moon clan has joined the crusade against you. By the way, we've also informed the 3 holy sects of White Mountain. That person said everything he knew and almost knelt down and kowtowed. It was obvious that he had become obedient after being seen through by Lin Ling. So many people? Saint Guy frowned. It seems that the Chu family has summoned all our enemies. Moreover, the Chu family knows where we are. Our enemies will definitely chase after us and kill us. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, I think we should leave this place immediately. Junior brother, we can't stay here for long. If we're surrounded by them, we'll be in big trouble. Qing Zhu nodded. You'd better leave now. It won't take long for the pursuers to catch up with us. Seeing Lin Ling and the others were about to retreat, that person begged for mercy immediately. I've already told you that you have to let me go. You can't go back on your words. Get lost. Saint Guy said immediately and was about to take back the Donghuang bell. Wait. At this time, a voice interrupted him. It was Lin Ling. That person had been glad that he could finally escape. However, Lin Ling's interruption made his heart skip a beat. Saint Guy and the others looked at Lin Ling and didn't understand why Lin Ling asked that question. You haven't told me clearly about the person you mentioned before. Lin Ling was still looking at the fox-like man, but his words made the man's heart skip a beat. He's from the Chu family. He said with a smile. You said that person was very powerful. We're courting death by offending him. Lin Ling asked again. He's from the Chu family? Yes, he's the current family head of the Chu family. He's from the chaotic realm, so he must be very powerful. What's his strength? How old is he? What does he look like? Well, my strength is lowly. How could I be qualified to meet him? The fox-like man said with a wry smile. Don't try to search my soul. My soul has been marked. As long as it's searched, my soul will explode. In fact, Lin Ling had wanted to search this person's soul for a long time. However, he had given up because he had sensed that power. You're lying. However, Lin Ling didn't believe him at all. That person is not from the Chu family at all. He's a big shot who's even more powerful than the Chu family. He only has one target, which is me. The others are not important at all. Am I right? Lin Ling said again, and a powerful aura was also coming out. Bang. As soon as the man stood up, he was shocked by the aura and sat down on the ground. Qing Zhu and Xingyi were confused. They didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to know about the mysterious person. After all, it didn't matter who the mysterious person was. They were all enemies. I really don't know. The man was trembling. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to judge him like this. You really don't want to tell me? Lin Ling took a step forward, and his aura became even more ferocious. I can tell you that if you don't tell me, you will die here today. That person has the right to judge you, and so do I. What do you mean? Nothing. Lin Ling shook his head slightly. You are a prisoner. That's why you can hide in a place where we can't find you. Similarly, even if you are caught, as long as you escape to prison, no one can catch you. That's why you were so confident before. The man was trembling even more. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at that big shot. I will tell you. He shouted hurriedly. He had been confident before because he thought Lin Ling didn't know the background of that person. However, now he felt that Lin Ling seemed to know a lot of things. Chapter 5243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, I don't know her name, but I do know that she is a woman, and I am indeed a prisoner, assigned to supervise you. By the way, I have heard that she is also a member of the Kunlun Jade Pure Land of the 8 gods of the chaotic realm, and her master is the heavenly Lord Yuanshi. That's all I know. If you keep your word, spare me. After saying that, he kept kowtowing. Kunlun Jade Pure Realm. Qing Zhu's face sank. She came from the Chaos Realm and naturally knew what this meant. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Junior brother, is the Kunlun Jade Pure Realm also targeting you? Lin Ling did not speak. Instead, he stared at that person and said coldly, I'll let you go. But you have to tell her that I, Lin Ling, will be waiting for her. After saying that, Lin Ling no longer paid attention to that person and left with everyone. That person felt incredulous. After all, Lin Ling let him go just like that? With doubts, he began to run. In fact, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him anymore. On the other side, Lin Ling left with everyone. Qing Zhu saw Lin Ling's serious expression and could not help but ask curiously, "Junior brother, is that person very strong?" Qing Zhu had been with Lin Ling for a long time, but this was the first time she saw Lin Ling's expression so serious. It was as if he had met a powerful enemy. One must know that in the Chaos Realm, Lin Ling was surrounded by the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. In the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling was chased by 2 divine tribes. He had never been so serious. Very strong, stronger than we imagined. Lin Ling nodded. Because she's the same as me. She's a prison warden. Prison guard? Qing Zhu frowned. She did not understand what Lin Ling was talking about. However, Lin Ling didn't explain. Instead, he led everyone out of the place. On the other side, the fox-faced man was still running away, and he kept muttering to himself, "Luckily, luckily, luckily." However, that Lin Ling is only a saint. Why does he give me such a terrifying feeling? Even deities and pinnacle universe giant gods can't give me such a sense of oppression. Sky Rat Lord Tian, if you want to know, I can tell you the answer. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ears. His translation. Then, a powerful force enveloped him and brought him into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in a pitch-black and icy corridor. Painful groans could be heard coming from both sides of the corridor. It was as if they were in purgatory. The sound of footsteps came at the same time. A slender figure walked over from the corridor. He was like the shadow of the heavenly emperor. Every step he took caused the fox-faced man's heart to tremble. Lord Sky Rat Lord Tian. Is Lord Sky Lord Sky. You've been discovered. That person stood in front of Sky Rat Lord Tian and looked down at him. Tell me, what did he say to you? He said he will wait for you. Sky Rat Lord Tian said nervously. Wait for me. That person lowered his voice and remained silent. After a while, he said, All right, haven't you always been curious about who he is? I will tell you now. He is the same as me. He is the master of the square prison. Like me, he controls countless powerful deities from the era of gods. Because of this, you are afraid of him. He can use the power of the prison on you. Hearing this, Sky Rat Lord Tian's expression changed. Another master of the square prison? But after saying that, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the prison, blasting Heavenly Rat Tianjun's body and turning him into dust. Lin Ling. That slender figure was still standing in the corridor. He stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. A terrifying aura emanated from him. In the era of gods, the square prison was broken by the will of the world and was distributed in every corner of the universe. Now, she had the right to reorganize the law and take back all the square prison. On the other side, Lin Ling suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance, sneered, and continued forward. Lin Ling, have they caught up with us? Qing Zhu asked hurriedly. No, but she knows I found her. Lin Ling said with a smile. She probably won't catch up with us for a long time. After all, she is very prideful. After I saw through her trick, she won't do anything for a while. After a pause, he said, However, we can't underestimate the Chu family and young Master Wu. They must still be hunting us. We are still within their range. Lord Lin Ling, what should we do? Saint Yi asked with a frown. He had met the Chu family before and knew how powerful they were. Find a way to get rid of them. Lin Ling said as he looked ahead. They continued on their way, abandoning the dragon stones in the secret chambers. After a long time, they finally walked out of the maze-like corridor. What entered their eyes was an endless wasteland. The whole wasteland was very quiet. Only the gods would occasionally run in the distance. After that, nothing could be seen. This place is a little strange. Qing Zhu frowned. Let me see if there is another way out. No, we will go from here. Lin Ling interrupted. There are a lot of people chasing us. In such a dangerous forbidden land, we may be able to shake them off. At the very least, they will suffer some losses. Of course, we have to be careful. The forbidden land is a double-edged sword. It can kill enemies and also hurt ourselves. I agree with Lin Ling's idea. Wu Yuner said on behalf of the Ya family. Qing Zhu also agreed. Then they entered the wasteland. The wasteland was very quiet. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. Lin Ling and the others walked for a while. Then they found that any sound here would be very small. It was very strange. Moreover, the gods they met on the way lowered their heads and did not speak. They only wanted to hurry on. There's probably a huge danger here. The sound seems to be the reason for the danger. Qing Zhu said solemnly after sensing the surroundings. Let's try it out. Lin Ling suggested. Wu Yuner and the others' expressions changed. Call out the danger? What if they could not face it? Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will be victorious in every battle. If we don't even know what danger there is here, how can we shake them off? Lin Ling said. Everyone felt that Lin Ling's words made sense. Let me. Wu Feng laughed and walked out. His laughter became much dimmer in the air. He activated the power of God and attacked the ground. Rumble. The power of God's attack was obviously different. The sound it brought was also earth-shattering. The ground was smashed by the power of God. Dust flew, and the sound drifted further and further. Lin Ling and the others waited solemnly for the arrival of danger. Time passed. At a certain moment, the ground in front of them shook. Then, a dazzling light floated up from the ground. The light emitted a strong aura. It was actually a 10-dragon stone. This. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the sound had awakened the 10-dragon stone? If that was the case, they would be rich. Something is wrong. Everyone be careful. Danger is coming. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted. The 10-dragon stone began to change. On the ground, countless specks of light shot out and merged with the 10-dragon stone. These specks of light were the dragon soul. Chapter 5244. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Specks of dragon souls rushed over from all directions, causing the light to become bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, are you going to run? Windless' face turned serious as he sensed a dangerous aura descending. Lin Ling quickly pondered and finally decided to fight. He wanted to know how dangerous this forbidden area was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Fight. Qing Zhu saw Lin Ling's eyes and instantly knew Lin Ling's decision. Looks like we can only fight. Everyone get ready. Wu Er also gave an order to the One Fong race. In just an instant, everyone displayed their strongest state. Looking at the blinding light again, it actually attracted a lot of soil to shoot over. Banging sounds rang out, and finally, it turned into a huge earth dragon that was as big as the Great Wall. This dragon was so lifelike that even its scales were incomparably real. A pair of eyes filled with anger stared at Lin Ling and the rest. Humans, you are courting death. It spoke in human language and was extremely majestic. What are you? Lin Ling asked. Great World's ancestral dragon. The earth dragon's voice was incomparably majestic as circles of light blossomed from its slender dragon body. Those who disturb the dragon's tomb, kill without mercy. It began to make its move. It was like a giant looking down on everyone. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out an endless gust of wind. Rumble. Lin Ling and the rest felt a huge pressure. That gale contained a terrifying power that made it hard for them to resist. Everyone, let's work together. Qing Zhu shouted loudly. Everyone gathered together and erupted with divine power to block the incoming gale. What kind of power is this? Wu Yun's long hair was blown up as she shouted. It's the power of the universe. Lin Ling checked the source of that gale, and it's at least the Three Realms universe. Three Realms universe. Everyone was shocked. After all, For Realms universe was already extremely rare, let alone 3 realms. We can't break it at all, Saint Guy said anxiously. His Donghuang bell was like a small boat in the middle of an ocean when facing the universe of the 3 realms. That might not be the case. Although this great world's ancestral dragon is powerful, it's not a human in the end. It's just a sentient being. It's not difficult to break it. Lin Ling said, we just need to break his dragon head. The problem now is how do we get out of the universe of the 3 realms? Let's work together to stop the three realms. Lord Linling, you go and attack. Saint Guy suggested. No need. Windless, go and attack. That great world's ancestral dragon's defense isn't strong. It's mainly his three realms universe. Linling shook his head and looked at Windless. All right, I'll do it. Windless immediately nodded. And Linling and the others erupted with all their strength. They didn't hide the slightest bit of strength, blocking that gale for Windless. Windless' expression was delighted, and he immediately rushed towards the sky. Bang, bang, bang. However, no matter how much strength he unleashed, he could not break through the shackles. It was as if he was sealed in a bubble. Wuyun, not good, I can't charge out. This time, Windless was anxious. Why is the Three Realms universe so hard to deal with? Wuyun scolded. With so many of them working together, even a deity realm universe giant god wouldn't be their match. Yet they couldn't break through the Three Realms universe. This Three Realms universe, we can block it, but we can't break it. Green Bamboo looked at the sky and said, the gale formed a barrier that enveloped all of them. Everyone hold on, I'll do it. Linling knew that if he wanted to break through the Three Realms universe, perhaps only his sword of faith could do it. He leaped up, and the sword of faith appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky and slashed out. Long. The gale was slashed apart, and the sound was deafening. Following that, a crack appeared on the outermost layer of the gale. Seeing this, Linling punched out. The crack immediately exploded, and endless gale poured out from the gap. Thanks. Windless also rushed out along with the gale, and that crack was rapidly recovering. However, Windless had already rushed out, exploding with his deity energy to attack the Earth Dragon. With a boom, the Earth Dragons had suffered a heavy blow, and endless soil exploded. Shwala. Following that, those Firefly Dragon souls also dissipated, scattering on the ground like snowflakes, gradually disappearing. Finally, a dragon stone fell to the ground. This was the 10 Dragon Stone. Everyone was relieved, and they were incomparably happy. However, this ancestral dragon of the great world made their hearts heavy. One ancestral dragon required all of them to work together. What if more appeared? Without a doubt, they would be completely wiped out. Luckily, Linling tested a little. Otherwise, if we met halfway, it would be troublesome. Everyone felt a lingering fear. Linling, this is for you. At this time, Windless walked over and threw the 10 Dragon Stone to Linling. Linling pondered, and then he didn't hesitate to accept it. He was indeed lacking something to break through. Let's go. Everyone continued forward, and on the way, they chatted freely. After all, they all knew that only the sound waves formed by deity energy could awaken the ancestral dragon of the great world. Rumble. After walking for a full hour, there was a sudden roar from behind. Although the distance was far, the desolate land was originally quiet, and any sound could travel very far. Following that, Linling and the rest saw dust flying behind them. It seemed that there was a great battle. Who is so stupid? Woon, and the rest stopped and looked behind in shock. Looks like the pursuers have arrived. Linling pondered and then said, ordinary lone cultivators would be careful here. Only the deity race would dare to swagger around and barge in. Linling is right. Let's go quickly. Qingju nodded. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed into the distance. Hee, they are so arrogant. Who knows how many people have died along the way? Xingyi said with a gloating smile. Everyone laughed in unison. However, Linling's face darkened. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, they were being hunted down by several god clans. Even if they were to go on a rampage, they would probably kill them all. Linling and the rest walked for a full day, but there was still no end to the desolate land. They have caught up. After an unknown period of time, Qingju suddenly shouted. Everyone's face fell. They had not expected the pursuers to be so fast. Following that, they saw dust billowing behind them. It seemed that a large number of deities were rushing over. Looking at the number, it was not a small number. They are there. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Apparently, they had discovered Linling and the rest. Lin Ling did not say anything and led the group to run wildly. However, the speed of the pursuers did not slow down at all. They pursued relentlessly. Lin Ling took the time to turn around and immediately saw how many people were on the other side. It could be said that there were countless of them. There were the 10,000 Booms, the Silver Moon Race, the Rotten Race, and of course, the Ceiling Cave Race. As for those with strange auras, they seemed to be from the Chu family. No wonder they dared to barge around in the desolate land. It turned out that they had more people than expected. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you grow wings. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. From the distant horizon, a young man was looking over with murderous intent. He was young Master Wu. Chapter 5245. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After he spoke, several dragon stones floated around him. Then, a large number of dragon souls gathered and transformed into majestic earth dragons. Destroy them! Prince Wu ignored the ancestral dragons and continued to chase after Lin Ling with the others. Furthermore, they were all furious. It was obvious that many of them had died in their barbaric attack on the wasteland, and they blamed it all on Lin Ling. Prince Wu, I, Lin Ling, am right here. Lin Ling could hear their anger and laughed sarcastically. How many of you have died? Saint Guy shouted, adding insult to injury. Damn it! Curses could be heard from behind. Are you Lin Ling, the one who killed my Chu family and stole my Chu Wuju? You deserve to die. An elder shouted angrily. He was extremely powerful and was a late-stage universe giant god. If not for the wasteland where there were many dangers, he would have caught up with Lin Ling and killed him. Split up and run. Although Lin Ling was gloating, he knew that if this continued, he would be caught up sooner or later. Moreover, Windless and the others had been attacking in all directions and awakening the ancestral dragons. Otherwise, the pursuers would have caught up with them. Split up? No way. Everyone shook their heads after hearing Lin Ling's words. If we stay together, we'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. It's safer if we split up. As for whether we can escape from them, that's up to fate. Lin Ling said. You can split up, but I want to go with you. Qing Zhu knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Now, the pursuers' main target was Lin Ling, so if they split up, more of them would go after Lin Ling. The pressure on the others was reduced. Senior sister, take them with you. If I'm alone, I'll be safer. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He did have this idea in mind when he split up. If he lured the stronger gods away, Qing Zhu and the others would be safer. And if Lin Ling was alone, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. Alright, but you have to promise me that you'll stay alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Master. Although Qing Zhu was worried about Lin Ling, she also knew that time waits for no one. They immediately separated. They're going to separate. As soon as Lin Ling and the others separated, they were immediately spotted by the gods behind them. However, it wasn't easy for them to catch up to Lin Ling and the others. After all, the land in front of them was filled with ancestral dragons from the Great World. This was because Lin Ling and the others had woken them up while fleeing. Sir, should we take a detour? Even though there were many people chasing after Lin Ling and the others, they were still a little nervous when they saw the large group in front of them. Damned Lin Ling. The leaders of the various god clans all looked gloomy. Kill them. Young Master Wu suddenly shouted. He had already suffered a loss in front of Lin Ling once. This time, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was now one of the top 100. His strength was only below him. If he was given a little more strength, he might even surpass him. Such a person couldn't be left alive. Kill them? The gods of the Silver Moon race hesitated. Everyone, Lin Ling is the #1 enemy of your god clan. You were summoned by us halfway, which means that this opportunity belongs to you. If you miss it, your god clan will definitely blame you. And if you kill Lin Ling, you'll be the #1 meritorious official of the god clan. The old man from the Chu family said indifferently. He had long silver hair, but his body was like an iron tower. His aura was terrifying. Chu family head, do you also agree to not take a detour and directly kill them? A god from the rotten race asked. That's right. Lin Ling is cunning and has escaped the god clan's pursuit many times. If he finds another opportunity, he will definitely escape again. The silver-haired old man nodded. All right, we'll kill them together. But this time we have to do it together. We can't let one of the god clans be in the front and the other behind. That's fine. An expert from the Silver Moon race said. Previously, the Silver Moon race had charged quickly and many of their people had died. All right, I agree on behalf of the Chu family. The silver-haired old man nodded. He knew that these god clans all had their own ulterior motives. If they didn't have the same goal, it wouldn't be easy to get them to work together. I agree on behalf of the Sealed Cave race. Moreover, we have fewer people, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll let the Sealed Cave race take the lead. Young Master Wu nodded. In that case, we'll kill our way over and then split up. The others will kill the One-Tooth race's people and will kill Lin Ling. All the god clans nodded. Then, they unleashed their full strength and charged at the Great World's ancestral dragons. The sky was filled with Great World's ancestral dragons. They were majestic, and all of them had powerful universes in their bodies. They worked together to spit out a gust of wind, forming a terrifying universe. The god clans had to destroy these earth dragons to catch up to Lin Ling. If they took a detour, it would probably take a long time. This was disadvantageous to them. However, Lin Ling wasn't going smoothly. After all, there were Great World's ancestral dragons blocking him. Although they didn't cause him any life-threatening danger, they did delay him. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't fight with these Great World's ancestral dragons. He could only try his best to avoid them. Senior Guang Qingzi. At the same time, Lin Ling also notified the square prison. Now, the square prison was his ultimate trump card. I know. In the square prison, Guang Qingzi already knew about this. He said solemnly, "You are now being targeted by another prison lord. He is probably waiting for you to use the square prison. You have to be careful. This time, release all the prisoners and buy some time. That monkey and I will also do our best to help you." Lin Ling nodded and asked, "All right, but what about the green-robed Taoist?" He had a feeling that the green-robed Taoist was the strongest among all the square prison he had. "I can't summon him, but when it's time to come out, he will definitely come out. You can open the prison door at any time," Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling. As they conversed, Lin Ling had already charged past the Great World's ancestral dragons and flew into the distance. Behind him was an earth-shattering battle, but Lin Ling was getting further and further away. Lin Ling constantly attacked his surroundings, causing the Great World's ancestral dragons to appear and gradually disappear into the distance. Senior Guang Qingzi, could it be that there are 4 people who have the square prison? Sensing that the pursuers had been shaken off, Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Logically speaking, there should be 4 people. Back then, the gods of various eras were punished by the universe's laws and imprisoned in the 4 prisons. These 4 prisons were distributed in the 4 corners of the universe. Later, the great calamity of the worlds will broke the prisons and they were scattered across the void universe. You have one of them. Someone else has probably obtained the other 3 as well. But there is another possibility. That person has obtained the other 3, so he wants to take back your 4th prison. Guang Qingzi continued. The square prison is extremely powerful. No wonder that person has targeted me. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 5246. That's right. Guang Qingzi said. That's not necessarily true. You're the host of the world's will. You're only in the growth stage now. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the power of the world's will was very strong. For example, his power of belief could cut through everything with faith. This was an advantage. The battle seems to have subsided, but be careful of their sudden attack. That's the most terrifying thing. Guang Qingzi suddenly said. Lin Ling hurriedly flew forward. He couldn't wait to leave this wasteland immediately. The wasteland gradually regained its tranquility. Lin Ling moved forward alone, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He came from Huaxia, practiced martial arts in the ancient Yen sect, dominated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, controlled the rainforest's sacred land, and then went to the 9 prefectures void of the divine world. Finally, he arrived at the Tao Pagoda. It was as if he had always been fighting alone, even now. The strange thing is that I can't feel any loneliness. On the contrary, I have some expectations and an impulse. Lin Ling looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. He guessed that he was used to it. As for my life's trajectory, although there were 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, most of them were daunting but not dangerous. The biggest danger was the trip to the underworld. I felt that there was a big hand in the unseen world that was controlling my life. Lin Ling said again. He didn't know why, but the closer the battle was, the calmer his heart was. It was so calm that he could hear a strange voice, like the voice of the Tao Pagoda's universe. Lin Ling, in fact, it's not just you. The key figures of every universe are the same as you. For example, the 9 stars of the universe, the host of the world's will, and the owner of the square prison. Their lives were also filled with endless battles, and they were only able to reach their current heights in the end. You are not the only one. When you reach the peak of the universe, you will eventually face each other. Whoever is stronger will be able to persist to the end. Guang Qingzi's voice came. Yes, I'm not the only one with good luck. Lin Ling nodded and thought of the experts he had met, and even more of Ning Qingxin and the others. All right, I have a feeling that they're catching up. At this time, Lin Ling stopped flying and floated down to the ground. He had a feeling that he had been locked on by several experts. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight head-on. I wonder how Senior Sister and the others are doing. However, since the leader is coming for me, there shouldn't be much pressure on their side. For now, it's better to take care of myself. Lin Ling's mind instantly churned with several thoughts. Then he adjusted his condition to the best. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and a figure arrived silently. This person was from the Silver Moon clan, and he had the strength of a middle-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling, I've caught up with you. He looked very old, but he was still vigorous. Next, another figure appeared. It was Wan Hua. Next was the 9 conch race, the rotten race. Although only one of these people came, they were all very strong. They seemed to be leaders. Lin Ling, do you think you can escape? When a young man appeared, everyone started laughing. This young man was young Master Wu. He was one of the top 100 on the 6th floor, and he was even stronger than Yin Chuangyu. Of course, the most terrifying one was a silver-haired old man. Although he was the last to arrive, a powerful aura descended. The Chu family head. You are Lin Ling. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. There were a total of 6 people. Although there weren't many of them, they were all leaders of their respective races. Even without the 6 of them, the silver-haired old man alone was enough to suppress Lin Ling. As for young Master Wu, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Instead of saying that you have caught up with me, it's better to say that I've been waiting for you. Lin Ling stared at everyone. Everyone's expression froze. They thought that they had caught up with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling said this, they were somewhat unhappy. After all, they were all big shots who could easily dominate life. They didn't like to be controlled by insignificant ants. You are very stubborn. The old man from the Silver Moon race said coldly. The Silver Moon race sent a piece of trash like you? Lin Ling looked at the old man from the Silver Moon race and said, didn't Yin Chuangyu's death make you smarter? You are just a saint. How dare you be so presumptuous? The old man from the Silver Moon race shouted angrily. Do you dare to swear a blood oath on whether you killed Yin Chuangyu? In his opinion, a saint giant universe god like Lin Ling couldn't have killed Yin Chuangyu. Someone must have helped him. No matter how powerful a saint is, it's impossible for him to kill Yin Chuangyu. Wan Hu and the others nodded. Yin Chuangyu wasn't an ordinary deity, but one of the top 100. How could they believe Lin Ling? Lin Ling sneered and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at young Master Wu. He knew that young Master Wu knew his strength. Surprisingly, young Master Wu didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Lin Ling. It was obvious that young Master Wu wasn't on the same side as them. They just had the same goal. Elder Chu, what do you think? Young Master Wu looked at the silver-haired old man and asked. The silver-haired old man didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Ling. His eyes suddenly turned dark. It was a little strange, but it was as though he could see through Lin Ling. He sensed waves of powerful energy from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling is just a saint with some ability. Being chased by us, the chance of him escaping is 1 in 10,000. He said indifferently. He didn't mention Lin Ling's hidden strength. Instead, he said that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than an ordinary saint. This silver-haired old man obviously had other thoughts. After all, he only met the Silver Moon race by chance. There was no need to remind them. On the contrary, he wanted to take Lin Ling for himself. He knew that if he gave Lin Ling to the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, he would be rewarded handsomely. Young Master Wu sneered. He also had the same idea. Lin Ling, this delicious piece of meat, should be monopolized by him and Elder Chu. We already know his strength. Elder Chu, do you want to attack? The rotten race god said coldly. He seemed to be unable to hold back. You guys attack first. I'll take care of the rear. Elder Chu said indifferently. But the rotten race god didn't hesitate. His divine power erupted as the 5 realms universe was activated. A pool of decay appeared above his head. It kept circling and emitting a terrifying power. Seeing this, the leaders of the 9 Conch race, Silver Moon race, and 9 Conch race all unleashed their strength. It was unknown what method Wanao used, but in front of Lin Ling, a huge starfish appeared. This was a black starfish, and its surface was filled with strange eyes. It was very terrifying. These eyes looked at Lin Ling as though they had frozen the time around Lin Ling. The leader of the 9 Conch race raised his hand, and a strange conch appeared. He placed it by his mouth and blew it. At the same time, a large amount of seawater poured down like a waterfall above Lin Ling's head. The Silver Moon race god had transformed into a giant. He held a huge crescent blade in his hand and wanted to cut Lin Ling into pieces. The 4 leaders' attacks were like the dance of gods and demons. The moment they attacked, divine power surged, causing a large number of dragon stones to appear around them. The great world's ancestral dragon had arrived. Chapter 5247. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These people are all at the peak of the middle stage universe giant god realm. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew that the battle was about to begin. He fused his innate talents, and the Pangu True body burst out. At the same time, the 4-realm universe appeared on the surface of his body. Rumble. At the same time, the starfish's eyes froze the time around Lin Ling. This divine light was very powerful and had the ability to resist the great laws of the Tao Pagoda. A battle between gods doesn't rely on the collision of divine energy. Other methods are also very important, such as the power of the universe. Lin Ling, let this old man teach you a lesson. The old man who controlled the huge starfish said coldly. Break for me. However, Lin Ling roared. The 4-realm universe ignored the laws of time freezing. He moved and then accelerated, rushing out. What's going on? The old man's expression changed. Die for me, universe god Ocean. However, just as Lin Ling rushed out, the 9 Conch clan's god Ocean arrived. A sacred song sounded, gentle and distant, accompanied by the sound of waves. It was like an old sailor's ship in the ancient sea. Seed. At the same time, Old Chu narrowed his eyes. He knew that the god Ocean had rushed out from the sea seed, and this sea was the foundation of the 9 Conch clan's attack. It was extremely powerful. Bang! It was as if the seawater of millions of universes had gathered and smashed down. With the first hit, Lin Ling's body sank. The tyrannical song in his hand was almost unstable, and the clothes on his back were also shattered. Lin Ling, how can my god Ocean be blocked by you? The leader of the 9 Conch clan said coldly. Then he blew the horn in his hand again, as if summoning countless sailors to conquer the god Ocean. The impact of the ocean is extraordinarily powerful. It has already reached 3 trillion units of godly force. Young Master Wu said with a frown. Old Chu nodded, but he also said, however, I see that the power in Lin Ling's body is strange. He shouldn't die so easily. Bang. Indeed, Lin Ling, who had been continuously attacked by the divine sea in the sky, was now rushing out of the sea. His defense was extremely strong. The main reason was that his Panga body was too terrifying, and he also had the Four Realms universe. This brat is actually so formidable. Even a late-stage deity cosmos giant god might not be able to withstand my deity C. The Nine Conch clan leader who was blowing the horn narrowed his eyes. After Lin Ling withstood the 2 attacks, the blood pool of the rotten race's gods arrived. It could refine everything. At this time, Lin Ling finally launched his attack. He rushed into the blood pool and swung his sword, stirring the blood pool into a mess. He extended his left hand, and Pangu's finger appeared, suppressing the blood pool. Crack. The moment Pangu's finger collided with the blood pool, even the void began to distort and collapse. The powerful force that was formed could tear apart all living beings. This was no longer a battle between gods, but a battle between gods of creation. The faces of the leaders of the various celestial tribes changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, as if he was an invincible god of war. Eat my blade. However, the giant from the Silver Moon clan also launched a sneak attack. The huge full moon blade destroyed everything. Space was cut open by him. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the cracks spewed out fierce winds. Endless moonlight poured down at this moment, resplendent and dazzling. In the distance, more ancestral dragons from the great worlds awakened. Facing this blade, Lin Ling did not dare to take it head-on. He could feel that the power of the deity exceeded 3 trillion. It was extremely powerful. The Silver Moon clan elder did not seem to be in the top 100, but he was not far off. Of course, Lin Ling could feel that this was the elder's most powerful move. The others were not worth mentioning. Universe 3 extremes break. Lin Ling mobilized all of his soul force and formed a large cosmic ray attack. The Silver Moon clan giant's expression changed, but at this time, he could only take it head-on. There was no way he could withdraw his blade. His soul force immediately suffered a heavy blow, and his mind went blank. In this short period of time, Lin Ling undoubtedly had enough opportunity. He rushed into the sky, dodged the full moon blade, and attacked the Silver Moon clan giant crazily. In midair, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and slashed out with the full force of the eternal killing world. At the same time, the Silver Moon clan giant reacted. Only he, who was strong enough to withstand the Universe 3 extremes break without dying. However, his pupils constricted. In his eyes, he could only see a large sword that carried a terrifying killing intent as it arrived. So strong. This was the only sentence in his mind. With such strength, it was not difficult to fight Yin Chuangyu. Why did no one tell him that Lin Ling was so strong? The Silver Moon clan members only knew that Yin Chuangyu's death was not caused by Lin Ling. Not good. The other 3 leaders' expressions changed. Their joint efforts had failed, and the Silver Moon clan leader was in danger. Boom. Lin Ling's sword landed on the giant's neck, and a huge crack appeared on his neck, with moonlight pouring out. Lin Ling. The giant roared. Go to hell. Lin Ling continued to attack the gap as if he was chopping wood. Gotcha. Under the sword, the gap became bigger and bigger, and the giant could not react at all. Finally, his head fell off, and his whole body became motionless like a stone statue. The whole process seemed slow, but it actually happened in an instant. When the others came to their senses, they were all stunned. The Silver Moon clan leader's neck was cut off by Yi Han's sword, and his head was separated from his body. At this moment, a chill rose in their hearts. Bang! Lin Ling attacked again, and appeared in front of the 9 Conch clan elder, and slashed out with his sword. Bastard, how dare you! The elder roared, and the horn in his hand blocked the attack. A terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing everything apart. This horn was obviously extraordinary, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's full-strength attack. However, Lin Ling's expression turned cold, and his left hand formed a fist, and he punched out. Boom! This punch landed on the elder's chest, causing him to fly backward and crash into the great world's ancestral dragon. Before he could get up, the great world's ancestral dragon spewed out the power of the universe. Ah, save me. The elder did not expect to die in the mouth of the great world's ancestral dragon. There were only 2 leaders left and they were panicking. 2 of the 4 leaders were killed, so how could they fight the rest? Young Master Wu, Elder Chu, let's attack together. They looked at young Master Wu and the rest. No hurry. Lin Ling is now as dry as an oil lamp. You can kill him if you have the chance. Elder Chu said coldly. You. The 2 leaders reacted. Elder Chu was using others to kill him, and he wanted to take the credit alone. Do you think our God clan will let you go if we die? The leader of Wanhua said coldly. No, but the one who will kill you will not be me, but Lin Ling. Elder Chu shook his head with a smile. This time, the 2 leaders knew that things were troublesome, and they knew that they were cannon fodder. At this moment, Lin Ling charged over with his sword. Of course, he knew what Old Chu was thinking. Old Chu wanted to use him to eliminate the dissidents and enjoy the fruits of the battle alone. Moreover, he wanted to use this battle to see Lin Ling's strength clearly. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling had no choice. He would kill as many as he could, even if his strength was exposed. Chapter 5248. It was the perfect supreme being. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It shone resplendently as he charged at the rotten race leader. Since Elder Chu is not helping, we can only rely on ourselves. The rotten race god looked at the Wanhua leader and shouted, Eye of Truth. The Wanhua leader activated the starfish. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling and froze Lin Ling's time. However, Lin Ling's 4 realms universe was incomparably powerful. It blocked the great laws of the universe. It's indeed ineffective. Although the Wanhua leader had already sensed it, he still found it unbelievable. Not good. The rotten race god shouted. In his eyes, a dazzling sword arrived with the power to destroy everything. It's faith. At this moment, the rotten race god saw something clearly. He saw countless people chanting as the power of faith poured into the sword. The believer was invincible. He finally knew what the sword was. You want to kill him in front of me? Dream on. The Wanhua god shouted angrily. He turned into a starfish and suppressed Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling punched back, sending the starfish flying and crashing into the great world's ancestral dragon. Ah! The Wanhua god cried out in pain. He was destroyed by the great world's ancestral dragon's endless universe power and turned into ashes. Looking at the rotten race god, his blood pool was resisting Lin Ling's faith. It was continuously consuming faith, but it was still destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! The rotten race god was killed by the sword. His body was filled with a foul stench. A large number of flies and smelly bugs fell to the ground and twitched. In the end, they died as well. One sword to break all laws. Elder Chu's face sank. He knew that this was Lin Ling's world will power. That sword is very powerful. I have a feeling that it can cut through the universe, illusions, and any other power. Young Master Wu had seen Lin Ling's sword and knew how sharp it was. This is his full strength. We really can't underestimate him. His overall strength is not at the saint level. It's more like the deity level. Elder Chu, only the 2 of us are left. Lin Ling is already using his full strength. With his current strength, he's no match for us at all. However, the great world's ancestral dragon is constantly approaching. We have to end this battle quickly. The 2 of them kept talking as if they were treating Lin Ling as someone who was going to die. Lin Ling, as expected of the world will's host body, no wonder you can always escape from so many people. Old Chu looked at Lin Ling, but this time, we are 100% confident that we can kill you. You've been watching for so long just to know my strength? Are you that afraid of me? Lin Ling smiled mockingly. I'm afraid of you. I'm really afraid of you. It's very easy for me to fail miserably because of you. With so many examples, I, Master Chu, will not arrogantly look down upon you for the sake of the so-called face. Surprisingly, Old Chu admitted it directly, which made Lin Ling frown. People like Old Chu were the most difficult to deal with if they could put down their pride, put down their arrogance, and retreat in the face of difficulties. Lin Ling, just wait to be captured. Why waste time? I promise you, as long as you die, we'll let your family and friends go. Young Master Wu also spoke. At the same time, he glanced at the great world's ancestral dragon in the distance. He did not want to cause any more trouble. I, Lin Ling, have been fighting until now. I really don't know what it means to wait to be captured. Lin Ling naturally knew what young Master Wu was thinking. If I can drag 2 people down with me before I die, that's not bad. Damn you! Young Master Wu's face turned cold. Lin Ling, if you have such thoughts, then I advise you not to do anything useless. Old Chu saw through Lin Ling's thoughts. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to use the great world's ancestral dragon to make the 2 of them fearful. I can tell you that even if the gods of the Chaos Realm are here, we won't retreat, let alone the great world's ancestral dragon. Plus, we'll be fine. Sorry, you're so weak, but we still hid our trump card from you. Now, in order to convince you, we'll show you our trump card. Come out. A transparent bead appeared in Old Chu's hand. He put it near his mouth and blew gently. Then he raised it into the air. The bead rotated slowly, and rings of light appeared. Every time it emitted a ring of light, an endless number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals would descend. Old Chu, he actually sent people from the Chu family and the Ceiling Cave clan over. Chu. Young Master Wu. A large number of great beings arrived. Looking carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. After these great beings walked out of the bead, they all looked at Lin Ling. The weakest among them was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Most of them were at the middle stage. With such fighting power, how could Lin Ling resist? Now, what else do you have to say? Young Master Wu couldn't help but sneer. More than 10,000 powerful gods besieged Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would die without a doubt. You're really despicable. You let the other clans be your cannon fodder while you hide such a trump card. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. It's our honor to make you, Lin Ling, so surprised. Old Chu laughed. He was extremely proud and complacent. He shook his head disdainfully. Now, you should know the gap between us. Are you going to wait for us to capture you? Or are you going to wait for us to kill you? You're so sure that I'm not hiding anything? Lin Ling suddenly asked. What else can you do? I'm 100% sure that you're out of tricks. Old Chu shook his head and laughed. Sorry, I really have some tricks up my sleeve. Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to use his ultimate trump card. You're not the only one. He released all the people in the square prison. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras descended one after another. These gods were extremely ancient. The moment they arrived, all the people on Old Chu's side changed their expressions greatly. Heaven Sword Immortal, why are you here? Fiery Tiger Deity, you're still alive. Impossible. Old Chu and the people of the Chu family shouted. They were from the chaotic realm, and many of them had survived the tribulation of the will of the world. Therefore, they knew those people. However, weren't those gods who had suddenly appeared dead? Everyone was staring at them, thinking that this was an illusion. However, after a series of investigations, they were finally sure that this was not an illusion. Everything was real. Now, I have as many people as you do. At this time, Lin Ling coldly interrupted Old Chu and the others, bringing them back to reality. The people of the Chu family looked solemn. Their opponents not only outnumbered them, but were also more powerful as a whole. Even Elder Chu's heart was trembling at this moment because he saw 2 gods who were even more powerful than him around Lin Ling. Facing those 2 gods, he felt as if he had met the sky and the universe. Old Chu, what should we do? The corners of young Master Wu's mouth were also trembling. He had never expected that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was so terrifying that it could summon the ancient gods who had died in this era. What else can we do? Old Chu looked outside and found that the macro world was full of ancestral dragons. Now, they could leave this place, but the premise was that they had to defeat this group of experts in front of them. Most importantly, they did not have much time left. Chapter 5249. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, damn it. Thinking of this, old Chu cursed. He had been scheming all his life. Even when he first came to the Dao Pagoda, he had done everything he could to reach the latter half of the Dao Pagoda so quickly. However, he had missed out on Lin Ling. How many secrets did this Lin Ling have? We can only fight our way out, but it's very likely that we will all die here today. Old Chu said word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Wu's face turned pale. This was a battle of life and death. Why did the situation suddenly become like this? Young Master Wu really could not understand. He felt that Lin Ling had dug a big hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. Lin Ling, there's no time to lose. Guang Qingzi, who was beside Lin Ling, said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw the great world's ancestral dragon swimming over. Of course, what Lin Ling was really afraid of was that mysterious person. Kill. Lin Ling ordered. Kill. Gods from different eras rushed over with monstrous momentum. They had the power to destroy all living things. I, old son, am coming. A huge stick, like a horse vanguard, smashed toward old Chu's side. Stop him. A large number of gods from the Chu family roared and activated all their strength, forming a huge amount of divine power to resist the huge stick in the sky. Rumble. The huge stick in the sky became bigger and bigger like a pillar. The moment it smashed down, any divine power was like paper. Under the huge stick, a large number of gods were smashed to death. The moment it smashed into the ground, the whole earth shook. A powerful rebound force shook the gods of the Ceiling Cave clan and sent them flying into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, countless flying swords shot over and killed the gods who were sent flying. Flowers of blood blossomed in the sky, and the power of divinity poured out in all directions. We are no match for him. Old Chu looked at this scene, his heart bleeding. Kill Lin Ling. He looked at young Master Wu, planning to join forces with him to kill Lin Ling. They hated Lin Ling to the core. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, as soon as they moved, a huge seal came smashing down from the sky with the power to kill everything. Leader, be careful. Seeing this, the gods of the Chu family all rushed up to the sky, trying to stop the seal from smashing down. Bang, bang. They all died with their heads exploding, like eggs hitting a rock. Flipping Sky Seal, it's the Flipping Sky Seal. That great god is Guang Qingzi. Now translation, it Chu Old Qian translation, is translation, is help me translation is translation Old translation is translation old translation is that the great sage, heaven's equal who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? He is, old translation have, the heavens want us dead. Elder Chu finally realized that it was inevitable that the entire army would be wiped out. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Flipping Sky Seal fell from the sky and smashed his head. With a loud boom, the head of the Chu family from the Chaos Realm was smashed. Bang. He crashed to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Patriarch. Seeing the family head of the Chu family die, all the members of the Chu family shouted and fought with their lives. But in the end, they couldn't stop Lin Ling's god. As Lin Ling watched the enemies die one after another, he didn't reveal any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn, because he had a feeling that the mysterious person was coming. Lin Ling, you really do have the square prison. Sure enough, a woman descended from the sky. She wore a black and gold mask and wore a purple robe. Her long and slender legs were extremely eye-catching under the robe. She slowly floated down. He's here. At this moment, all the great battles stopped. Guang Qingzi and the others stared at the woman with solemn expressions. You're finally here. Lin Ling had been waiting for this woman, and he was very curious about who she was. The square prison is no small matter. Under the order of the universe, I want to take back your square prison. Hand it over. The purple-robed woman said coldly to Lin Ling after landing on the ground. Lin Ling was checking her strength, but he couldn't see through it. Who do you think you are? At this moment, a god yelled at the purple-robed woman, "Get lost, or I'll kill you. Unimportant people, leave." However, the purple-robed woman didn't even look at that god. She waved her hand, and a mysterious power surged out. Then that god disappeared into thin air. Yes, he disappeared into thin air. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What kind of technique was this? It was too heaven-defying. It should be known that the god who disappeared was a late-stage universe giant god. It was normal for him to disappear after hundreds of rounds of battle, but it was strange for him to disappear in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling was also shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Come back!" He activated the Four Directions prison and took everyone back. Could it be the square prison? Master Guang guessed. Yes, it's the square prison. She used the identity of Lord Prison to take you into the prison. Lin Ling nodded. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Master Guang and the others immediately entered the square prison. The purple-robed woman didn't stop them. She just looked at Lin Ling indifferently. After all the gods disappeared, only Lin Ling and the purple-robed woman were left in the center. The outside was filled with the ancestral dragon of the great world. It was so terrifying that the two of them seemed to be in the middle of a storm. Lin Ling, have you thought it through? Hand over the square prison, and I'll let you go. The purple-robed woman said indifferently to Lin Ling, impossible. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't like handing over unknown things to others. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. The purple-robed woman's voice turned cold. I can see that you can easily take the prisoners away, but you can't easily obtain the square prison. If that's the case, then come and take it. Lin Ling sneered. Fine, you forced me to do this. The purple-robed woman nodded. Let me tell you, your square prison can only hold prisoners, but my square prison can convict people. As long as I convict you, you'll be my prisoner. Everything about you will be at my disposal. After saying that, she waved her right hand. 2 square stone tablets appeared. They spun slowly and emitted a powerful aura. Then, a large number of words appeared on the stone tablets, as if they were convicting Lin Ling. This woman actually has 2 square prisons. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He also released the square prison to fight back. You're crazy. The purple-robed woman clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to use the square prison to fight. It was as if the 2 prisons were exhausting each other. I'm about to die. How can I not go crazy? Lin Ling sneered. He could see that the purple-robed woman was a little afraid. Rumble. The charges pressed down on Lin Ling like the laws of nature. However, Lin Ling's 4 sides prison was also madly colliding with them, constantly breaking them apart. This caused a huge heavenly Tao vortex to appear in the sky. The heavenly Tao was in charge of all punishments. A heavenly Tao law has actually appeared. The purple-robed woman looked at the sky with a shocked expression. Chapter 5250. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Lin Ling, stop. The purple-robed woman was clearly anxious. After all, she didn't know what would happen after the 2 prisons collided. You're killing us. The purple-robed woman knew that the square prison was able to imprison deities of various eras. Its hidden strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. You want to kill me, so what's the big deal about dragging you down with me? Lin Ling sneered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After all, the strength of this explosion was something he couldn't imagine. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Instead of being controlled by the purple-robed woman, he would rather take a gamble. The giant vortex churned in the sky as the 3 mysterious stone pillars constantly collided. This terrifying strength made the surrounding great world's ancestral dragons not dare to approach. The purple-robed woman became increasingly anxious. However, Lin Ling ignored her. With a crazed expression, he controlled the stone pillars to collide. Rumble. Space began to crack and shatter as endless gales appeared in the sky. The sky is about to shatter. The purple-robed woman's voice trembled. This was the first time she had seen such terrifying strength. It had to be known that this was the Tao Pagoda. The laws of the universe were extremely stable. Even a ruler might not be able to shake this place. Now, this was the first time an unstable state of the universe had appeared. Looking at Lin Ling again, she saw that he was smiling. But it was a crazy smile, a look of desperation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The sky completely shattered and the laws of the Tao Pagoda collapsed. A billowing vortex appeared, sucking in large amounts of earth and Great World's ancestral dragons. The Great World's ancestral dragons let out fearful cries. They had clearly sensed the terrifying strength approaching. Damn it! The purple-robed woman knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. She clenched her teeth and tried to retrieve the square prison. Rumble. However, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still churning. The process of retrieving the square prison was extremely difficult. However, she wasn't willing to just run away like this. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that he was standing beneath the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom without fear. He's probably prepared to die. The purple-robed woman didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Once he was forced, he would immediately resist. But this was something she couldn't do. Come back. She continued controlling the square prison. And translation. Finally, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was followed by a second. The two square prisons were once again under her control. However, her face was full of lingering fear. She didn't dare to stay any longer and flew into the distance. Looking at Lin Ling, his square prison was still in the universe's great maelstrom of the heavenly Tao. He did not retreat, because he knew that the moment he retreated, the square prison would be seized by the purple-robed woman. Therefore, the cosmic maelstrom of heavenly Tao was his only way out. Of course, it was also likely to be a dead end. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born, bringing Lin Ling into the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom. Translation. To translation. To be sucked. He was to be. Far away, the purple-robed woman gritted her teeth. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. The universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still spinning. Everything was sucked in. Not only space, but even the universe. The purple-robed woman had no choice but to leave. In just a short moment, the entire world, and even the sixth level, seemed to have undergone a shocking change. Countless gods looked on from afar, their expressions grave. They had no idea what was going on. Damn it! The purple-robed woman cursed furiously from afar. She'd been careless this time. She'd originally thought that she could use the square prison to control Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would risk his life and cause the square prison's whereabouts to be unknown once more. As for Lin Ling, she guessed that he was dead. Of course, there was also a certain chance that it would appear in another universe, another void. Overall, it was a narrow escape. If you are not dead, I will find you, the purple-robed woman said coldly. Then she disappeared. And at that moment, in the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom, Lin Ling was moving along with the maelstrom. The powerful force seemed to want to tear him apart. At the same time, there were rumbling sounds coming from all around. The ancestral dragons of the great worlds that were brought into the maelstrom were suffering from excruciating torment. But then, the dragons were torn apart before Lin Ling's eyes. He saw the maelstrom spinning at a crazy speed. Anything that got close was turned into nothingness. The survival rate was only 1%. Lin Ling's expression changed. He knew he couldn't escape death. Wait! Suddenly, he saw the four-sided stone steel drifting with the waves. Come here! He kept shouting and controlling the square prison. The four-sided stone tablet moved slightly and swam toward Lin Ling. However, it was very slow. After all, the maelstrom was still spinning. It controlled the trajectory of all living things. Hurry! Lin Ling seemed to see a ray of hope. He kept calling. The four-sided stone tablet was still a distance away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that he was not far from the fastest maelstrom. This was also a race against time. But in the end, when Lin Ling was about to reach the craziest point of the maelstrom, the square prison finally arrived. Lin Ling hugged the square prison and blocked the maelstrom's tearing. He activated all his strength to protect his body. Rumble! There was only a deafening roar. Under this terrifying force, Lin Ling fell into a deep sleep. However, the moment he fell asleep, he clearly sensed that the square prison was taken away by a powerful force. Not good! Lin Ling exclaimed. But he couldn't resist his heavy eyelids and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, the chirping of birds entered his ears. Warm sunlight shone on his face, making him feel incomparably comfortable. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a field of emerald green. Ancient trees were everywhere. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. However, there was no spiritual energy. Where is this place? Lin Ling suddenly sat up. Years of killing had made him accustomed to being on guard at all times. Then he checked his body and found that there were no major problems. His cultivation was also there. However, the square prison had disappeared. Could it be that the purple-robed woman took the square prison? No, I clearly passed through the heavenly maelstrom. The purple-robed woman didn't enter the maelstrom. When she passed through the maelstrom, she must have been shaken off by the heavenly maelstrom. Lin Ling continued to analyze. This meant that the square prison might be around him. He stood up and released his soul force to check his surroundings. However, he didn't find the aura of the square prison. Instead, strange voices sounded. Last night, a meteor fell here. I heard that someone saw a dragon. Is that true? Damn, there's a dragon? Many people have seen it. Now, the news is reporting that everyone is looking for a dragon. The nearby mountain range was very lively. Chapter 52-51. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling frowned. He was used to watching the drama unfold, but there was one sentence that shocked him. It was the news? There was news in the Dao Tower? Only his hometown had it. Could it be that I'm back in Huaxia? Lin Ling's body trembled. His soul force sensed again and found that the onlookers were wearing the same clothes as Huaxia. This time, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. He was clearly in the Dao Tower. Why did he suddenly come to Huaxia? The square prison's whereabouts are unknown, but it should have fallen in Huaxia with me. As for the dragon? Could it be the Great World's ancestral dragon? Lin Ling hurriedly searched around and then saw an injured Great World's ancestral dragon in the ancient mountain range. It turned out that most of the Great World's ancestral dragons had died after entering here, and that was the only one left. Of course, the situation was extremely bad, and it was about to dissipate at any time. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Great World's ancestral dragon. It's you. The Great World's ancestral dragon recognized Lin Ling and knew that it was Lin Ling's square prison that had caused this situation. You're here too, and you're not dead. The Great World's ancestral dragon said. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen, but I didn't intend to implicate you. Lin Ling said. I know. The Great World's ancestral dragon nodded. In the situation at that time, if Lin Ling hadn't gone crazy, perhaps Lin Ling would have died. Anyone would have done so. This is the birthplace of the gods, collectively known as Huaxia. The Great World's ancestral dragon looked around and said, although the people here are very small, this is also the homeland of the gods. What's strange is that this is clearly in the universe, but very few gods can find this place. And we were suddenly brought here. I think it's destined. I saw your prison when I fell in this world, but then it disappeared. If you want to find it, I guess you can only search this world. However, I have a feeling that you'll have to wait if you want to find the square prison. The Great World's ancestral dragon lightly said. He had cultivated for many years and knew no less than Lin Ling. He naturally knew about the square prison. The birthplace of God? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Moreover, many gods want to find this place, but they can't. He was secretly shocked because he had come back once many years ago. At that time, he had thought that it would be easy to find Huaxia. At this time, the Great World's ancestral dragon was gradually dissipating. China hides its most ancient secret. Perhaps the Tao Pagoda's ultimate fate is related to it. Since you're lucky enough to come here, perhaps you'll be able to discover the secret within. Remember this place. Don't ever forget that this is the birthplace of the gods. It must be related to the gods. The great world's ancestral dragon transformed into endless sunlight that drifted with the wind. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He did not know if the great world's ancestral dragon was lying to him or if he had sensed something. Alas! He finally sighed softly. He could only leave. Later, he discovered that more and more people were searching around. However, the mountains here were high and the grass was deep. There were few traces of people. It would be difficult to find this place. I wonder where this place is. It's a bit magical. Lin Ling continued forward and discovered that the mountain range in the distance was covered in white snow. The sky was very blue, and everything was very ancient. Standing in this world, one's soul seemed to have been cleansed. The strange thing was that Lin Ling had become a god through martial arts in this life. He had been to all kinds of places, but in terms of purity, this world was the purest he had ever seen. Is there really a secret hidden in Huaxia? I didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, would return to an old place after going around in circles. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. Grandpa, look, there's a strange person over there. Not long after, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. They wore thick down coats and were even equipped with guns as they walked along the mountain path. Among these people, an old man seemed to have the highest status. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was about 70 years old, but his physique was not weaker than a young man. Next to him was a girl in her late teens. She wore very little and seemed to be very strong. Lin Ling swept his gaze over them and saw through their strength at a glance. These people were very weak, but to mortals, their strength was considered to be extremely good. Martial arts. Then, Lin Ling recalled that the experts in Huaxia were all good at martial arts. They were probably referring to those people. Grandpa, look at his clothes. He looks like someone from ancient times. The girl exclaimed. The others' expressions changed slightly, but they subconsciously tightened their grip on the guns in their hands. Don't be rash. Only the old man was calmer, but his expression was very solemn. That was because they were already close to the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountains was also known as the Kunlun Mountains. It was the first sacred mountain in Huaxia, the ancestor of all mountains. It was also rumored to be the origin of Huaxia's dragon veins. It was full of myths and legends. Because of that, countless people tried to climb up there to search for the secrets of myths and legends. However, the weather there was terrible. It was not a place where ordinary people could get close. If it were not for the rumor that a dragon had appeared there last night, they would not have rushed there overnight to investigate. And now, they actually saw someone from ancient times in a place like Kunlun Mountains? It was no wonder they were surprised. Young man, I'm Elder Zhua. May I know your name? The old man saluted Lin Ling from afar. He was extremely polite. He's just pretending to be mysterious. However, the girl next to him snorted. She thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be a god. After all, many people lived in seclusion in the mountains these days. They said that they were pursuing Tao, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. That young man probably knew that his grandpa was coming, so he pretended to be someone from ancient times and waited there quietly. Not bad at acting. Long robe, long hair. TSK, ancient fragrance. But it's so cold here. You'll freeze to death. The girl continued to sneer. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling also heard the girl's words. He naturally did not care. Only the old man felt that something was wrong. He realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid of the cold. After all, if he really pretended to be cold, he would be exposed as soon as he spoke. In such cold weather, he would definitely spit out fog. However, the young man spoke as if he was in a normal place. There was no fog at all. We came because we heard about dragons. Friend Lin Ling, have you seen any dragons here? The old man continued to ask. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could tell at a glance that the old man had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. There was a faint amount of true qi in his body. Of course, it was only true chi. It was like the strength of a martial artist who had just started cultivating. Compared to Lin Ling's divine origin, it was 1,000,000,000 times worse. And the reason why the old man was looking for dragons was probably because he wanted to use rare treasures to break through and cultivate. I saw it. Lin Ling nodded. Unfortunately, it's already dead. Also, you don't have to waste your efforts because you won't see it at all. You saw it? The girl next to the old man sneered. Continue bragging. Chapter 5252. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. She did not believe Lin Ling at all. After all, would Lin Ling be so calm if he saw a dragon? A dragon? That was the totem of Huaxia. Since ancient times, which of the civil and military officials and emperors had ever seen one? Moreover, even if he really saw one, would he be able to remain so calm? It was as if the dragon was a kitten or a puppy that could be seen at any time. You saw it? The old man and the rest were stunned. Other than the old man, everyone else sneered. Don't tell me you met a lunatic. The people around the old man mocked him. Lin Ling naturally did not care. They were not from the same world. He was too lazy to say anything more and slowly walked away. Young friend, wait. The old man called out to Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, Lin Ling also looked over with a frown. He was pondering if he should make a move. His eyes instantly turned cold, which undoubtedly alerted the people around the old man. What are you trying to do? They slowly reached into their down jackets as if they were preparing something. However, Lin Ling ignored them and sighed instead. Forget it. It's fate that we know each other. Then, he slowly walked toward the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed. He could not understand what Lin Ling was trying to do. However, he was also a little nervous. After all, he was in a high position and had appeared in a deserted place. He had to be careful. Kid, get lost. Don't go near Mr. Gu. The others also made threatening voices to warn Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored them completely. I think he's a lunatic. Grandpa, ignore him. The woman beside the old man suddenly said coldly. To her, her grandpa's life was more important than anything else. Therefore, she slowly pulled out her gun. A gun. One should know that guns were strictly controlled in Huaxia. These people had guns on them, which meant that they were not ordinary people. I'll give you one last warning. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The woman pointed the gun at Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered what it was. A spear. Seeing Lin Ling stop in his tracks, everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid and started laughing. In the end, this lunatic still recognized the spear. The woman sneered and wanted to tell Lin Ling to scram. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. You're courting death. The woman was shocked and angrily shouted, Stop, or I'll really shoot. Lin Ling was still moving forward. The woman suddenly became nervous. After all, she had never killed anyone before. However, when she thought of the danger her grandfather was in, she finally fired. Don't. The old man hurriedly stopped him. Bang. However, the woman still fired. The main reason was that in such a place, any carelessness could lead to death. She had to be careful. It's over. The old man sighed. The others had cold looks on their faces and were already prepared to deal with the corpse. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, and the spear was easily avoided by him with a single step. Moreover, this sort of speed was simply not worth mentioning to him. I missed? The woman's cold expression instantly turned into surprise. Then, when she saw Lin Ling getting closer, she immediately fired a few shots. Bang, bang, bang. In the silent mountain range, the sound of gunfire was incomparably ear-piercing. Moreover, at such a close distance, the young man would definitely be hit. Unfortunately, they did not know what they were facing. That was a god who had lost himself in Huaxia. Lin Ling's figure moved slightly as he dodged the bullets one by one. It looked very dangerous, but everything was done so smoothly in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dodging bullets? How could there be such a person? The woman called Ing was so surprised that her gun fell to the ground. Her mouth was agape, and her expression was filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. She even felt that she was dreaming. Stuff. Get away from Mr. Gu. However, the people next to her were not ordinary people. They calmed down quickly and drew their AK-47s, aiming at Lin Ling from afar. If they could not hit him with pistols, what about AK-47s? AK-47s were submachine guns. Could the young man dodge at such a close distance? However, Lin Ling was still moving forward. Fire! Those people shouted angrily. They were from the army and followed Mr. Gu there to protect him. Moreover, they had carried out various missions, such as protecting their leader and killing criminals. There was nothing they had not seen before. In their opinion, Ing's previous failure was caused by her panic because she had never killed anyone before. However, they were different. They were very calm and could be very cold-blooded. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of bullets were fired at Lin Ling, and several of them fired at the same time. A sneer appeared at the corner of their mouths. This time he was dead meat. Then, everyone looked forward to the scene of the young man being shot into a sieve and blood gushing out. However, an unbelievable scene happened. This time, the young man did not dodge the bullets and allowed the bullets to sweep past him. However, all the bullets that hit him were blocked by him. Blocking bullets with his body? A large number of bullet casings fell to the ground. One of the bullets was easily caught by the young man's hands and thrown to the ground. At that moment, everyone's mind went blank. They even thought that they were hallucinating. In this world, there was someone who could block bullets? Was he an immortal? They were considered knowledgeable people. They had survived the Middle East battlefield, overseas protection of their leader, and various explosion scenes. There were too many of them. However, none of those were as shocking as the scene in front of them. Were they filming a movie? My young friend Lin Ling. The old man's voice was trembling as he watched Lin Ling slowly walking toward him. It's fate to meet all of you after returning to my hometown. Lin Ling smiled. His eyes looked behind the old man and said calmly, "Come out." When he shouted, everyone subconsciously looked behind them. There was a thin layer of snow, shrubs, and grayish-brown rocks, but there was nothing. "Do you want me to invite you?" Lin Ling said again. At that moment, something finally moved among the grayish-brown rocks. Then, a huge cat slowly walked out. The cat was as big as a calf. Its eyes were bloodthirsty and its body was covered in black and white spots. If it had not walked out, no one would have noticed it. Snow leopard! Everyone exclaimed and raised the guns in their hands. Cold sweat was pouring down their backs. In such a place, the snow leopard was equivalent to a ferocious tiger. In fact, it was even more terrifying than a ferocious tiger. That was because the beast was an expert in sneak attacks. Even if they had guns, it was useless. After all, the snow leopard could slit your throat before you could open fire. They never expected that they would be followed by a snow leopard. Snow leopards are not afraid of humans. Now that it's winter, food is scarce. The hungry snow leopards can choose to devour humans. Moreover, that's a snow leopard after giving birth. It's even bloodier. There was no lack of experienced hunters at the scene. They instantly realized something. Then they felt a lingering fear. If the young man had not reminded them, they would have died. "You should leave." Lin Ling was also looking at the snow leopard. When he walked toward the old man, he noticed that the snow leopard was staring at the old man. Chapter 52-53. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Roar. The snow leopard roared as if it was going to fight for its life. The starving snow leopard was like a wolf, not daring to fight. At that moment, everyone raised the guns in their hands, ready to shoot the beast. Although they knew that it was a protected animal, their lives were more important at that moment. "Put down your guns." "I'll do it." Lin Ling frowned. He could not bear to see the snow leopard die there. He walked forward, giving everyone a shock. "Hey, that's a ferocious beast. Are you crazy?" Someone shouted anxiously. "Grandpa, is he really not afraid of death?" Ing'e was also panicking. It was her first time seeing someone who did not play by the rules. "Don't shoot." However, the old man stopped everyone. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. At first, the snow leopard was roaring, but for some reason it gradually calmed down. Then, it lay down and wagged its tail continuously. Obviously, it had sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Lin Ling came in front of the snow leopard and squatted down. Then he waved his right hand and a few pills appeared. He handed them to the snow leopard. "Let's go." The snow leopard seemed to have a mind of its own. It picked up the pills and left. However, before it left, it growled at Lin Ling as if it was thanking him. Seeing that, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Oh my God, is he an animal trainer from the circus? When the others saw that, they were all dumbfounded. That day, they felt as if they were watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Everything that had happened had subverted their understanding. A Taoist, a true cultivator. Only the old man's face was flushed red. He was so excited that he could not close his mouth. He had long heard that the Kunlun Mountains were the birthplace of the ancient gods. There were countless secrets of Huaxia hidden there. Although, according to scientific explanations, that was just an illusion. However, he had always believed that there were many things hidden in this world that science could not explain. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he finally understood the vastness of the world. "Thank you, Senior." Then, the old man took the lead and bowed to Lin Ling. The others did not dare to act rashly and bowed as well. I didn't expect that there would be Taoists in this world. The mercenaries were also muttering to themselves. For a long time, they had looked down on ghosts and gods, thinking that it was just nonsense. Moreover, they had participated in many such missions. But in the end, they all discovered that everything was just a groundless rumor. What tomb exploration? What secret realms? There were only natural hazards and ferocious beasts. There was nothing beyond science. But today they knew they were wrong. There really was a Taoist in Mount Kunlun. You don't have to thank me, because the real danger has only just arrived. Lin Ling said with a smile. He didn't know why he wanted to help this old man. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse to return to his hometown. Or perhaps it was because his four-directional prison had disappeared, and he had a feeling that this old man could help him. In any case, it was just a small matter. It wasn't a big deal. Danger? Only now? The old man's expression changed. Rumble. At this time, the earth finally shook, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Everyone raised their heads, and only then did they realize that on the distant mountain, white snow was rolling and dust was spreading everywhere. Avalanche. Why is there an avalanche all of a sudden? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that a great disaster was coming. Avalanches were one of the biggest dangers for mountain climbers. When an avalanche arrived, it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Every year, many people who attempted to climb the mountain were buried under the cold snow. It was a nightmare for mountain climbers. "Alright, we fired just now. It was gunfire. Ah, we forgot." The mercenaries' expression changed drastically. They did not expect to make such a big mistake. "Grandpa, what should we do?" Nang also knew the horror of an avalanche. Of course, after witnessing it with her own eyes, she had to be afraid. Because on the distant mountain, it was as if millions of troops were rushing over. It was an endless blizzard. Wherever it passed, everything would be submerged. "It's over. I didn't expect that we will all die here." The old man's face was pale. He knew that everyone was going to die here. After all, there were many short trees nearby. There were no large buildings that could block the snow. But soon, the old man's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling in a blue robe standing proudly in the snow. "There's him!" the old man suddenly exclaimed. With that shout, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They found it hard to believe. Was this young man going to resist the avalanche? This was too heaven-defying. Blocking bullets and calming snow leopards were still acceptable. But to resist an avalanche, was that something a Taoist could do? God must have done it. "Everyone stand behind me." At that moment, Lin Ling also spoke. Hearing that, everyone knew that Lin Ling was really going to stop the avalanche. "Impossible, it's completely impossible." Suddenly, a man who looked like an experienced hunter interrupted. He looked at the old man and said, "Mr. Gu, I saw it. There's a cliff a kilometer away from us. If we're lucky, we can jump off the cliff and hide under the cliff. That way, we can avoid the avalanche. Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late." The old man suddenly hesitated. "No, we can't rush over a kilometer away. Moreover, what if the cliff is very deep? We'll fall to our deaths." Na shook her head. "Now, this is the only way. We can't rely on this young man. How can he withstand the avalanche?" The man kept shaking his head. "I've lived in the snowy mountains since I was young. I know that when an avalanche comes, even a bear can't withstand it, much less a human. Let's run quickly. There's still a chance." "I agree with Uncle Aguda's words." The other mercenaries nodded. They were ultimately calm. "No, I believe in him." However, the old man firmly shook his head. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling. "If you want to leave, leave immediately. Don't bother about me. I believe in him." "Mr. Go." Everyone was anxious. "I'll be leaving first." "Mr. Go, I'm sorry." Finally, one person ran off into the distance. Following that, a second person, a third person, and gradually, more and more people appeared. They did not want to die in the avalanche. If they jumped off the cliff, there was still a chance of survival. If they stayed where they were, they would be courting death. Grandpa. Na was in a dilemma. In the end, she ran towards her grandpa and hid behind Lin Ling. As such, including the two of them, there were a total of 3 people who believed in Lin Ling. As for the other person, he was a powerless person. It was obvious that those who had traveled to various places and licked blood from their blades would calmly choose to jump off the cliff. Only the flowers in the greenhouse would believe in Lin Ling and believe that there were legends in the world. So, at that moment, the mercenaries were running towards the cliff. They sighed repeatedly. They did not understand why Mr. Gu and the rest were courting death. Using their physical bodies to withstand an avalanche was something that could only be discussed at night. The avalanche's speed was very fast. It had already reached the place where Lin Ling and the rest were. "They're dead." As they ran, they looked back. They knew that Mr. Gu and the rest were about to be submerged and die under the snow. Boom. However, at that moment, Lin Ling gently threw a punch. A path was instantly formed in the endless snow. Within the path, there was nothing. Chapter 52-54. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rolling snow rushed over with a deafening sound like thousands of horses galloping. Mr. Gu and the rest hid behind Lin Ling, trembling. The power of nature made them feel suffocated. At this moment, they knew that they were doomed. 100 years later, climbers might see their corpses. Of course, it was only second to seeing them. Those climbers would not take their corpses away. They could only sleep under the snow mountain forever. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar. They saw the white-haired man in front of them punch out. It was a light punch, as if he was chasing away flies. The endless avalanche in front of them immediately formed a sunny path. There was no more snow on the path. The terrifying torrent of snow only rolled past on both sides of the path. This is a miracle," Mr. Gu said to himself in a trembling voice. Or directly sat on the ground, her mouth trembling. God, is there really a God in this world? Everything in front of them subverted their understanding once again. Oh my God! The mercenaries who were running at the back had their mouths wide open at this moment. Superman? That was the only sentence in their minds. Rumble. However, the avalanche spread toward them and drowned everything. Some of them were submerged by the avalanche, while others jumped off the cliff. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Sigh. Seeing this, Mr. Gu could only sigh softly. If those people believed in Lin Ling, they might not have died. "Let's go," Lin Ling said as he lightly punched out again. The still-flowing avalanche was punched out again, and a path was formed horizontally through more than half of the avalanche. The snow was also cut off. Mr. Gu and the rest quickly followed Lin Ling, afraid that they would lose Lin Ling and be buried here forever. Just like that, they slowly descended the mountain without saying a single word. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything. Mr. Gu and the rest did not know what to say. They could only follow Lin Ling. But strangely, they were already very tired, but they did not feel tired at all when they followed Lin Ling. They walked down the mountain just like that. They walked for a whole day. They did not stop until Lin Ling stopped. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving our lives. Mr. Gu looked at Lin Ling in awe and said gratefully, "It's nothing." Lin Ling shook his head nonchalantly. "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Mr. Gu asked again. "I know it's a presumptuous question, but if it's in Huaxia, I'm sure I can help." "Where are you going?" Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. His heart was filled with confusion. Where was he going? Back to the tower? However, he had lost his square prison here. He had to get it back. Wherever my heart is where my heart is. While Lin he did not know where to be he. I'm from the Cultural Relics Department. I specialize in exploring the secrets of heaven and earth. This is my name card. I wonder if I can get your number so that we can meet in the future. Mr. Gu continued. Translation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then he understood. It was the department that explored history and protected cultural relics. Suddenly, he thought of Square Prison and the feeling he had when he saw Mr. Gu. Lin Ling had a feeling that Mr. Gu could help him find Square Prison. That was why he had helped before. Lin Ling was now a powerful god and could vaguely peek into the secrets of heaven. That was why he had such a feeling. I don't have a phone. Lin Ling shook his head, which made Mr. Gu and the others stare. How could someone not have a phone in this day and age? However, they thought that Lin Ling was an otherworldly expert. How about this? Tell me your phone number. I'll call you when I have the chance. Lin Ling said again. Mr. Gu and the others were overjoyed and quickly gave him their phone numbers. Behind them, a middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling respectfully and also gave him his phone number. With Lin Ling's soul power, he could instantly remember it. At the same time, he knew the names of these three people. Mr. Gu was a member of the Gu family of Huaxia. This family had a strong background and was said to have existed since the time of Emperor Qin. Their ancestors were high-ranking officials of the Qin dynasty. Because of that, their family documents contained a lot of secrets of Huaxia. For example, the secret of Emperor Qin's longevity and what was inside the tomb of Qin. The woman was Mr. Ji's granddaughter, Guing. As for the quiet middle-aged man, his name was Tang Chao. He was also a member of a big family in South China. He was the leader of many parties and had eyes everywhere. Of course, all of this was just that for Lin Ling. He took out a few medicinal pills and handed them to the three of them. You've been frightened here, your souls are unstable, and you've also suffered from the cold. These medicinal pills can protect you from being invaded by the evil spirits. Remember, you must take them with due. Thank you, thank you. The three people were overjoyed and took the 3 pills. How could they know that not only could these 3 pills cure all diseases, they could also prolong one's lifespan? These pills were also the most worthless of all the treasures Lin Ling had. After all, even if they took more precious treasures, it would be useless. Instead, they would die from overeating. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? After Mr. Gu took the pills, he asked humbly. Ask away. Mr. Lin, are you a cultivator? Cultivator? Lin Ling sneered. Yes, I am a cultivator. After leaving that sentence, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. There are really cultivators in this world. My Gu family's records say that there have been cultivators in Huaxia since ancient times. They specialize in the Tao of metal and stone. They live by the sun, moon, and clouds. But now, most of them are fake cultivators. I didn't expect to meet a cultivator in this life. Mr. Gu said with a shocked face. Grandpa, do you think he lives in the Kunlun Mountains? This is a barren place. How could he live there? Er also exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, she completely trusted Lin Ling. That's hard to say. How could ordinary people understand the way cultivators do things? Mr. Gu sighed. Mr. Lin has probably cultivated Qigong. That punch just now was exactly what he relied on to break the avalanche. Also, he's not afraid of bullets because he has Qigong to protect his body. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this time said enviously, "People who cultivate Qigong are omnipotent. I've heard that there are experts like that in Thailand. AI. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do, I would really want to follow Mr. Lin in his path of cultivation." The three of them chatted as they walked away. Strangely, they were not hungry or tired. In fact, they were full of energy. They knew that it was all thanks to Lin Ling's Qigong. At this moment, a figure was walking through the cold sky. The wind and snow did not affect him at all. He was none other than Lin Ling. "Where should I go from here?" Lin Ling frowned. After a moment of thought, he entered Lin Ling's universe to tell everyone that he was safe. In Lin Ling's universe, everyone was there. Lei Gong, Xingyi, and the others had all returned. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. Chapter 52-55. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Now, the Lin Ling universe was the safest place for them to rest. The only drawback was that no matter how powerful they were in the Lin Ling universe, their strength would immediately recover after leaving. That was why they stayed in the Dao Pagoda longer. "Lin Ling, where did you go?" Everyone looked at Lin Ling excitedly. "I went to Huaxia." Lin Ling sighed. "Because of the huge whirlpool during the battle, I was inexplicably brought back to my hometown." Huaxia? Lei Gong and the others obviously did not know what Huaxia was. "My hometown," Lin Ling explained. "It's also the place of my previous life. It's also the birthplace of gods." "What? Is it the legendary place?" The Yellow Emperor's eyes changed and he said in shock, "I've heard of that place. It said that all the powerful gods of the era came from there, including me. Back then, when I was still a river, I grew up in a chaotic space. Later, I heard from the gods that that was Huaxia. I've also heard of it, but Huaxia is in the vast universe. I heard that it's very difficult to find. Back then, the gods were mobilized and searched for more than 300 million years, but they still could not find their homeland." The Yellow Emperor kept saying. Lin Ling nodded. He had returned to Huaxia once, but after that, he also searched for Huaxia. However, he eventually disappeared. At that time, he just looked around casually and did not care when he did not find it. But now, he knew that Huaxia seemed to be constantly changing its position in the vast universe. "Lin Ling, I think that you were destined to go to Huaxia. Why don't you cultivate in Huaxia for the time being? Maybe you can get some opportunities." The Yellow Emperor suddenly said. Lin Ling nodded. He also had the same idea. Now that he was at the peak of the saint level, he only needed one more opportunity to break through. Perhaps the vast Huaxia was that opportunity. "I'll stay here for a few days to accompany everyone and reminisce about the past. When the time comes, I'll go back." Lin Ling then looked at everyone and said, "By the way, how is Long Ling now?" "The dragon's tomb is in chaos now. Many celestials have entered and are searching for treasures everywhere. However, our people have gathered together and are safe for the time being." The Yellow Emperor said immediately, "All right, if there's a chance, we'll find the One Fong clan and gather together. Right now, the Sun God tribe is approaching us. They probably want to form an alliance with us. As for the One Tooth tribe, Xingyi and the others said that you agreed to form an alliance with them. We'll find them as soon as possible." "All right, Brother Yellow Emperor, let me know if there's anything. But you have to be wary of that mysterious purple-robed woman. She won't give up until she gets the square prison." After some discussion, everyone nodded in agreement. "Oh right, someone is looking for you. I think he's called Feng Moyang. Bai Yuxing and his wife are with her now, and she seems to have a powerful background. She's with a certain divine race." "Her?" Lin Ling frowned. He felt that Feng Moyang was strange. After all, Lin Ling had already dissolved their relationship as husband and wife. He had even helped her several times. Why was she still pestering him? "Lin Ling, be careful." Bai Yuxing warned again. "Yeah, this Feng Moyang is said to be from the Chaos Realm and has just entered the Dao Pagoda. But she keeps looking for you. There must be some conspiracy," the Yellow Emperor said. "Then you should stay away from her as much as possible. She can't find me now. After some time, she'll forget about me," Lin Ling said. Then, he drank with everyone and returned to Huaxia after a few days. The sky was still filled with wind and snow, and the temperature was below zero. Lin Ling just stood there looking into the distance. The square prison gives me the feeling that it's in Huaxia, but I can't sense its specific location. It's really strange. Could it be that something brought the prison here? Now, I don't know where to find it. It's better to go home and take a look. Lin Ling stepped out and flew towards a city in the south of Huaxia. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the city. That place was called Shaozhou. It was a fourth-tier city in Huaxia. Although its development was very slow, it was an ancient city with a long history. This was also the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling appeared on the street and attracted a lot of attention. Lin Ling looked at the street and a wisp of thought entered his mind. It was a very, very long memory. It was a memory before he went to another world. Back then, he was killed by a truck in order to save a child and went to another world. Now that he had returned, it was as if he had been reborn. Since I'm back, perhaps the heavens want me to make up for the regret of that year. Or perhaps, there is a small knot in my heart that I have cultivated for many years. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His heart, which was originally at a loss, suddenly seemed to have a purpose. Humans would have regrets. Before he died, he naturally had them too. However, these regrets were not big. Lin Ling had forgotten about them. Now Lin Ling was already a god. He planned to make up for those regrets that had passed away. This place seems to be called the pedestrian street. Lin Ling looked at the lively shops on both sides. He saw that the shops were all specialty shops that sold gold jewelry. Of course, there were also some foreign brands such as Nike. People entered one after another. The street was extremely lively. Of course, the people nearby were looking at him strangely. Nowadays, young people like to release themselves. Some time ago, I saw a woman wearing a kimono. Now, I see a man wearing an ancient robe. Quite professional. Even his hair is dyed white. Young people like to do these special things. However, it's not very professional. Look at that head of white hair. It's too shiny. How can dyed hair have such an effect? There were whispers all around. Although the passers-by found it strange, they did not stare at Lin Ling as if he was a monster. After all, in this era, there were all kinds of strange things. Dressing up as an ancient person was not a rare thing. I didn't expect that there would be people commenting on my hair. Lin Ling was speechless. His gaze swept around and fell on an Antas specialty shop. He then walked in and planned to change his clothes. After he entered the shop, many people looked at him strangely. However, Lin Ling ignored them. After choosing his clothes and shoes, he went into the fitting room to change. By the time he came out again, his white hair had already turned black and was even shorter. A set of energetic sportswear was worn on him. It was very fitting. He dyed his hair black when he changed clothes? He's wearing a wig, right? Some women were secretly shocked. How much is it? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile and went to pay the bill. However, he soon realized that he did not have any money. He only had endless treasures on him. He did not even have gold. Of course, with his strength, it was not difficult to change some money. Chapter 52-56. That's right. Hello, the total is 1,329 yuan. I've already given you a discount. Are you using Alipay or WeChat? Okay. The beautiful shop assistant said politely to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's clothes were strange before, after changing into normal clothes, she realized that this young man was quite handsome. Alipay? Lin Ling blinked. He had no idea what Alipay was. He smiled and said, cash. He could still change some cash, but he really didn't know how to change it into Alipay. After all, he had never seen it before. He took out a stack of cash with his right hand and handed it over. Of course, the cash was fake. However, Lin Ling wouldn't take advantage of it. He also put down some treasures that could change the luck of the shop, at least doubling the number of customers. In this way, the owner of the shop not only didn't lose money, but also made a profit. Later, Lin Ling appeared on the street. Looking at the endless stream of people, he didn't know where to go for a while. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Both his parents were dead. Even if he had relatives, they were distant relatives. Moreover, he had been estranged from his relatives since he was young and hadn't seen them for many years. When I'm free, I'll go back and see them. Although my relatives are in the Linling universe, they are still fated to be with me. However, when I came back, it was 1 month after my death, and I was still in university. Let's go to college. Since Linling planned to resolve his regrets and worries, he would go back to the places he had been to. Perhaps in the process, he could untie the knot in his heart and break through to the next realm. However, I don't have any money now. Everything is inconvenient. Linling shook his head again. He saw a woman passing by and finished her phone call. He immediately smiled and said, "Can I borrow your phone?" The woman looked vigilant, as if she was afraid of encountering a swindler. However, she saw Linling's clear eyes and clean clothes. He didn't seem like a swindler. "Don't worry, I'll reward you," Linling said again. The woman hesitated for a moment and finally handed over the phone. Linling called Mr. Gu. "Hello, you are?" The indifferent voice of the old man came from the other side. "I'm Linling," Linling said directly. "Mr. Lin." Mr. G's voice changed instantly. It was full of politeness and awe. "How can I help you?" Linling immediately stated his purpose, and Mr. Gu was stunned. Lack of money? Mr. Lin, who is so powerful, is also short of money? "I'm sorry, but I'm still in the capital. How about this? I'll get Tang Chao to send you the money immediately." "All right, I'll wait for you for at most 10 minutes. Linling said the address, then covered the phone and thanked the woman. "No need." The woman immediately smiled at Linling. Only then did Linling take a look at her. He saw that she was quite cute. She was very tall and wore a blue dress. On her feet were cartoon cloth shoes and knee socks. She gave off a youthful and lively feeling. She was about the same age as Linling. All in all, she was an extremely elegant young lady. "Sun Lin, what are you doing here?" The young lady wanted to leave, but at that moment, a few of her friends came over and looked at Linling strangely. "No way, borrowing the phone and looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with you? Sun Lin, your charm is just too scary." One of the young ladies with a face full of pimples looked at Linling from head to toe. "Xiao Tao, don't talk nonsense. He's just borrowing the phone. That's it, nothing else." The girl named Sun Lin suddenly panicked. Previously, she had also seen Linling's glance at her. She had always been disgusted by such gazes. She wanted to leave in the first place. However, she then realized that Linling's gaze was filled with admiration. It was different from other men's eyes. It was very clear, which made her feel strange. After all, when she first came to Shaozhou University to report, all kinds of seniors and peers were constantly looking for opportunities to get close to her, which made her feel helpless. He's wearing an anta outfit. Looks like he doesn't have much money." The young lady named Xiao Tao looked at Linling from head to toe, then suddenly shook her head and said, "If he's not here to strike up a conversation, then you have to be careful of scammers. Scammers nowadays have high-end skills. They can steal your money through various channels." "Xiao Tao, don't misunderstand. He didn't bring his phone, so he borrowed it to make a call. Moreover, he's already sent someone over. I heard everything." Xiao Sun Lin suddenly panicked. "You didn't bring your phone?" The girl beside Xiao Tao suddenly asked Linling with an extremely cold attitude. Looking at her clothes, branded from head to toe, and the Louis Vuitton bag in her hand, her family background was probably quite good. "I don't have a phone," Linling said bluntly. "No phone? Who doesn't have a phone these days? I think he's a scammer." The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag suddenly exclaimed. "He's definitely a scammer. Everyone come, don't let the scammer escape." Xiao Tao also saw through Linling's expression. She then said to Xiao Sun Lin, "Sun Lin, you just graduated from high school. You don't know the dangers of society. Be careful of your account being hacked." Hearing that, Xiao Sun Lin also became a little cautious. However, she still felt that Linling did not seem like a scammer. He's wearing an anta outfit, and it's only about 1,000 yuan from head to toe. One look and you can tell that he's a poor person. He thinks that wearing an anta outfit means he's wearing branded clothes. That way, he can make people lower their guard and take the opportunity to scam someone. The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag said again. There were already quite a number of people surrounding them. All of them were looking at Lin Ling with colored eyes. A few young men wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress. Call the police. We'll watch him here. He won't be able to escape. He's so young, but I didn't expect him to be a scammer. Most people did not understand the situation. However, seeing that Xiao Sun Lin and the rest were pretty and well-dressed, they naturally believed what they said. That troublesome? Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he was not too angry. After all, he had traveled extensively. What had he not seen before? Why would he be bothered by these girls' slander? Moreover, the girl did lend him her phone to call him. That was what caused the misunderstanding. Don't worry. My friend is coming. Wait a moment. I'll get him to reward you. Lin Ling laughed. There's no need. It's just a phone call. Xiao Sun Lin immediately waved her hand and complained to her best friend, don't make a big deal out of a small matter. I didn't lose anything at all. Sun Lin, even if you did lose something, would you know in the short term? From what I see, it's best to call the police. Xiao Tao was still staring at Lin Ling. She mocked again. Reward? What kind of reward can you give? You don't even have a phone. How much money do you have? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? How much is your monthly income? She looked down on Lin Ling. I don't have any of those. Lin Ling was also honest. The main thing was, he did not know how important the so-called car, house, and income were. He had been cultivating for many years. Only heavenly materials and earthly treasures were the most precious. Everything else was like floating clouds. How dare you talk about reward when you're so poor? The girls were chattering away. At that moment, a policeman finally arrived. He frowned at Xiao Tao and the rest and asked, what happened? Chapter 52-57. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Police, he's lying. Xiao Tao immediately pointed at Lin Ling and said, we lent him our phones. He must have done something behind the scenes. Now, he even said that he would be paid. If he's not a scammer, what is he? The few police officers were very fair. They looked at Lin Ling, then asked, who borrowed the phone? It was me. Xiao Xuanlin quickly said, then explained for Lin Ling, I don't think he's a scammer. It's true. This is all a misunderstanding. Xuanlin, you're still too kind. For someone like him who has no money and no job, if he wants to live, he must have cheated. Let the police investigate and we'll know. Xiao Tao quickly said. Police uncle, I'm Lu Yingying from the Lu family. The Lu family that develops real estate in Wujiang district. You should know that she's my classmate. The girl holding the LV jewel also said. Lu family? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Lu family was one of the wealthiest families in Shaozhou City. They started off with real estate and had a net worth of more than $1 billion. In a fourth-tier city like Shaozhou, they could be considered nouveau riche. All right, we'll investigate. The few police officers nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Excuse me, where's your ID? Lin Ling did not have an ID. He said helplessly, it's with my friend. He's on his way. With that, everyone suspected that Lin Ling was a scammer. In this day and age, who would casually hand over their ID to their friends? Lin Ling must be looking for an excuse. Sure enough, the few police officers also felt that it was strange. No phone, no ID. This kind of person was very suspicious. Beep beep. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone rang. It was an unknown number. She immediately picked it up. Put it on speaker. Xiao Tao said immediately. She wanted to see who Lin Ling's accomplice was. Mr. Lin, we're here. May I know where you are on the pedestrian street? The other party spoke very politely. Xiao Tao immediately looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with the look of seeing through him. Pretend, keep pretending. I'm at the door of an Anta store. As for the exact location, I'm not sure. Lin Ling immediately said into the phone. Okay, we'll be there in a minute. We're driving over now. The voice on the other end was filled with anxiety. Then he hung up the phone. Drive? Everyone present almost laughed out loud. It was broad daylight now, and small cars were not allowed to pass through the pedestrian street. Otherwise, how could it be called a pedestrian street? He is indeed a swindler. He has no skill at all. Take him to the police station. Xiao Tao and the others spoke one after another. Even the few policemen felt that Lin Ling was too strange. He spoke and did things as if it was a matter of course, without any law or discipline. Screech. At this moment, the sound of car brakes could be heard. Then more and more of them appeared. Many people looked at the street and saw a large number of luxury cars driving in. There were Porsches, Maseratis, Ferraris, and even the worst ones were Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Moreover, there were so many of these luxury cars that they occupied half of the pedestrian street. What a beautiful car! The whole street was in an uproar. For a fourth-tier city, Porsche cars were relatively rare. What was even rarer was that so many luxury cars were gathered together. Mr. Lin. The luxury cars stopped and a middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a suit and looked like someone with a strong background. However, Lin Ling did not know him. Mr. Tang asked me to come. The man came in front of Lin Ling and said respectfully. Then he looked at the policeman and said, "We have a pass." The few policemen did not say much, but asked, "Someone said that he is a swindler. Do you have his ID card?" Tang Chao had already prepared Lin Ling's ID card, so the man took it out. The policeman scanned the ID card and saw that it was fine. He immediately looked at Xiao Xuanlin and said, "I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Xiao Tao and the others were looking at those luxury cars in shock. Even the daughter of the Liu family was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. That was because many of those luxury cars were limited edition. Even her garage did not have them. Moreover, with so many luxury cars gathered, even if she had seen a big scene, it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious lineup. How could such a person be a swindler? The steering wheel of one of those luxury cars was probably more expensive than Xiao Xuanlin's phone. "Xuanlin, you have to be careful. Luxury cars can be rented these days." Suddenly, Xiao Tao frowned. She still did not believe Lin Ling. After all, if he owned so many luxury cars, why would he wear an anta? Therefore, those luxury cars definitely had nothing to do with this young man. "You must be Mr. Tang's man." Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I borrowed her phone and promised to give her some compensation." "Look, what are you giving her?" "That's easy." The middle-aged man immediately bowed slightly to Xiao Xuanlin and said with a smile, "Miss, we will give you 500,000. What do you think?" 500,000. Not only Xiao Xuanlin, but everyone present also stared. 500,000 just to borrow a phone to make a call? Was he crazy? Xiao Xuanlin was also shocked. She had seen some rich people throwing money around on the internet. They would throw out millions and millions, but she had always thought that it was an isolated incident. In society, it was not so easy to encounter such a thing. But today, she encountered it. Not enough? Then 1 million. The middle-aged man was still smiling politely. The street was silent. The few policemen smiled bitterly and turned to leave. They all knew that this was probably a misunderstanding. However, borrowing a phone for 1 million was an eye-opener for them. 1 million? Xiao Tao was also shocked, but she kept shaking her head. This was fake. It was definitely fake. How could a young boy wearing an anta be so rich? She could not help but stare at Lin Ling. She wanted to see Lin Ling's heartache. After all, she thought that Lin Ling was faking it. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. To him, money was not as valuable as a stone in the Dao Pagoda. "How about this 2 million and a luxury car? You can take the car here if you like it." The middle-aged man saw that Xiao Xuanlin was still silent and said again. At that moment, the people on the street were dizzy. They could not wait to give their phones to Lin Ling. Even the girl holding the Louis Vuitton bag had such thoughts. As for Xiao Tao, needless to say, her face was full of envy. However, Xiao Xuanlin was obviously not someone who was greedy for money. Her parents had taught her since she was a child that she was not allowed to accept money from unknown sources. Therefore, she shook her head and said, "No need." I'm just borrowing a phone. If you feel that you owe me, then treat me to a meal when you have time. The reason why she said a meal was that she was afraid that these people would pester her and insist on giving her money. Miss, as long as you don't care. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and did not try to persuade her anymore. Tisk, it's just for show. Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly flashed. These people knew that Xiao Suner would not accept it, so they deliberately said that. This meant that the 1 million or 2 million and the luxury car were all just empty words. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone beeped with a text message notification. She immediately picked it up and saw a line of words written on it. Your savings card account ending with 0457 received 3 million renminbi at 10:24 on December 8th. Chapter 5258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the text message, Xiao Xuanlin was stunned. Xiao Tao snatched the phone from her and was also stunned. He really received 3 million. Xiao Tao shrieked. 3 million for a phone call. How could there be such a cheap deal? The girls were stunned on the spot, and the people on the street were stunned as well. After that, an uproar resounded. After all, they had lived for so long, and it was the first time they had seen someone pay 3 million for a phone call. 3 million. That was enough to buy a house in a small town like Xiaozhou. If it were a normal family, it would be enough for them to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Hey, I can't accept this money. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin reacted. She wanted to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. The luxury cars on the street were also leaving. Xuanlin, he even knows your bank card. I'm afraid he's from a powerful background. But how could someone like that not have a phone? I think he's looking for an opportunity to hit on our little beauty Xuanlin. But this method of hitting on her is unprecedented. Xiao Tao and the girls were envious. If a man were to hit on them like that, they would definitely say yes. As for the Liu family's daughter, her expression was a little ugly. She had the temperament and status, so why was there no man who would do that to her? She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with envy, but they were all looking at Xiao Xuanlin. That made her even more annoyed. His previous feat of borrowing 3 million for a phone call was no different from a public proposal. Girls liked romance and vanity, and she was no exception. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce was driving down the street. Lin Ling was sitting in the car. He looked out the window and saw that there were tall buildings all around. It was completely different from what he remembered. Of course, compared to him who had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of fairyland, these tall buildings were still too short. What surprised him was that his hometown had developed so quickly. Mr. Lin, where are we going? The middle-aged man turned around and asked with a smile. He was driving personally because Mr. Tang had repeatedly reminded him to serve Lin Ling well. He was very curious about Lin Ling's identity, for Mr. Tang to treat him so politely. However, he did not dare to disobey Mr. Tang's words. After all, Mr. Tang's background was too great. Of course, compared to ordinary people, his background was not small. He owned several corporations in South China and had a net worth of tens of billions. Now, he was willing to put down his status and drive for Lin Ling. Moreover, although he was curious, he could see a kind of calmness and composure in Lin Ling's eyes, as if he did not care about anything. This allowed him to confirm in his heart that this young man's status was indeed not low, otherwise, how could he be so calm? Let's go to Xiaozhou Academy. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded, put me down a few streets in front of the academy, I'll walk there. Alright. The middle-aged man immediately nodded. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Ling got out of the car and walked towards Xiaozhou Academy according to his memory. Xiaozhou Academy was the university where Lin Ling had studied before his death. This academy was one of the top universities in Xiaozhou, but compared to Huaxia, it could be considered a third-rate university. The reason why Lin Ling came back was naturally not to study, but to take a look. He had a feeling that if he went back, he would be able to settle some of his worries. Although it was a small matter, it could still fulfill his heart. Not long after, he arrived at Xiaozhou Academy. He saw a large number of young people entering and leaving this ancient academy, performing the Song of Youth. Lin Ling looked at this scene and smiled. Then, he blended into the crowd and entered the university. Although he had disappeared for a long time, Mr. Tang had already taken care of everything for him. It could be said that when Lin Ling said that he wanted to go to Xiaozhou Academy, Mr. Tang had immediately arranged for someone to deal with it. Therefore, Lin Ling easily entered the university. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Long time no see. You're too good at skipping classes. Not long after, several young people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They were Lin Ling's classmates. The person who spoke was from a family that owned a factory and had a net worth of tens of millions. He was considered to be one of the best in the circle of classmates. Li Jian. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and recognized this classmate. Don't tell me you've forgotten our names? We graduated from high school together. Those classmates were suddenly speechless. Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me honestly, did you run out of money and did some sneaky things? The young man named Li Jian laughed. He seemed to be familiar with Lin Ling, but he had always looked down on Lin Ling since he was young. He's probably locked up in the police station. The others laughed as well. Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence among his classmates. If they had not seen Lin Ling, they would have long forgotten about him. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind their contempt. Let's go to class. Li Jian and the others led Lin Ling to the classroom. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance caused an uproar in the class. All kinds of jokes could be heard. Lin Ling, I thought you didn't want to study anymore. He disappeared for a whole year. Where did he go this year? Don't tell me he went to start a business. Look at him. He's dressed in enta. He's doing pretty well. It's just enta. Many classmates joked with Lin Ling. They were used to Lin Ling's character. He was easy to talk to and always kept a low profile. Of course, with Lin Ling's aptitude, he could not afford to be high profile. In short, he was just a passerby since young. Moreover, many of them had studied with Lin Ling since junior high and high school. They knew Lin Ling very well. Hello everyone. Lin Ling naturally did not care about the mockery. On the contrary, he felt warmth in his heart. He felt that his soul force and cultivation realm were increasing. It was as if meeting these long-lost classmates satisfied the regret in his heart. He had been fighting in the universe for thousands of years. His heart was numb. It had been a long time since he experienced such an ordinary scene. He walked to his seat and sat down. The classmates quickly forgot about Lin Ling. After all, he was just a passerby. Jokes were more or less enough. At this time, a class teacher came to class. He glanced at Lin Ling and continued with the class. It was as if Lin Ling had never disappeared and never returned. They did a good job. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He hated being treated as a different person after returning. This was exactly what he wanted to see. You're good, Oli. You disappeared for a year and came back. I really thought you stopped studying. Beside him, a skinny guy came over and said with a smile. He was Lin Ling's best friend in high school. His nickname was Didida. The main reason was that this guy was too talkative. He was endless and kept on beeping. However, you came back at the right time. This year's juniors, TSK. They're really pretty. Many people in the class are targeting them. However, it's useless to tell you this. First, you're a blockhead. Second, even if you're interested, you can't get her. The skinny guy kept talking in Lin Ling's ear. Chapter 52-59. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling was speechless. As expected of Didida. He recalled the incident the last time he came back. At that time, he was running a midnight snack stall. When he left, he had alarmed the nearby area. Now that it had been so long, he wondered how it was going. Lin Ling spent the entire class with Didida nagging. After the class, the teacher left. Everyone started to get lively. The next class is free activities. The basketball match is about to start. We can't lose to those guys from class 2. I heard that there are freshmen participating in this basketball class. We can't lose to them, especially in front of the freshmen. The class was bustling with noise. That's right. We can't lose to those freshmen. We must win today's match and then beat Class 2 tomorrow. A girl with a face full of pimples stood up and said, "Now, the main players and substitutes have been decided. However, the rest of you need to help too." Didi Dada, Lin Ling, Lu Wei. The girl kept pointing at her classmates and said, "You guys are responsible for moving the drinks to the field." "No way. Why should we move the drinks?" Didi Dada was unhappy. "You can choose not to go. However, the prerequisite is that you can represent our class in the competition. You can choose the main players and the substitutes. I'll say this first. If you drag our class down and lose, our class won't forgive you." The girl said coldly. Her name was Cui Ping. She was also the class monitor. Didi Dada could not answer. "Move the drinks obediently. With your skinny arms and legs, how can you win against others? Since you can't participate, you can only do your best." Li Jian and the rest were jeering. Their faces were full of contempt. "This is pissing me off." Didi Dada was unhappy. However, Lin Ling patted him on the shoulder and said, "Move it then. You don't need to do much. They are the ones who are tired from playing basketball." "I know. However, why should we be the coolie while they are the heroes? Then do you know how to play basketball?" "I don't." Didi Dada had no choice but to carry the drinks obediently. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had originally come back to experience these things. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in the school's largest field. A red horizontal board was hung, announcing the friendly match between the freshmen and sophomores. Of course, although it was called a friendly battle, the smell of gunpowder was actually very strong. The main reason was that this year's first-year juniors were very beautiful. The second-year seniors were all very tempted and couldn't wait to perform in front of those juniors. However, the first-year juniors naturally weren't willing to do so. They couldn't wait to torture their seniors. "Come on, come on, come on." Cheers could be heard all around the field. Cui Ping's eyes were fixed on a young man on the field. The young man had fair skin and a height of 1.83 meters. Every time he dribbled or threw the ball, it would cause waves of cheers. His name was Chen Junjie, and he was also the most handsome guy in their class. Not to mention the second-year students, even the first-year students had a crush on him. "Hurry up, all of you. What kind of men are you?" After staring at them for a while, she turned to look at Lin Ling and the rest. That was because most of the drinks in the field had already been consumed. F***ck that be***. Didi Dada was already sweating from exhaustion. "There are so many people in this field, and everyone is drinking our drinks. When are we going to finish moving?" That's right. There was another person beside him who was also dog-tired and had a disgruntled look on his face. "It's just moving the drinks. Why are you guys complaining so much? Just continue moving." Lin Ling had a nonchalant look on his face. You aren't even sweating. Are you slacking off?" Didi Dada looked at Lin Ling as if it had discovered a new continent. Lin Ling was sweating. How heavy could those drinks be? Forget about the drinks. Even if he was carrying the entire Xiaozhou, he wouldn't sweat. "It's you." Just as Lin Ling and the rest placed the drinks by the field, a young girl suddenly ran over. She looked very happy. The young girl was wearing a basketball jersey and sneakers. Under the long johns were long and slender legs. Most importantly, if she wasn't Xiao Xuanlin, who else could she be? "It's you." Lin Ling was also very surprised. This damn. Is this junior blind? She actually took the initiative to talk to old Lin? Didi Dada was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Lin Ling was really very low-key and inconspicuous. Even if the beauty talked to Didi Dada, it was impossible for her to talk to Lin Ling. Moreover, she was a great beauty. "Didi Dada, she's the campus belle, Xiao Xuanlin." The guy surnamed Lu exclaimed. Didi Dada blinked. "Campus belle? Why is there another one? She's a first-year junior. She just came here not long ago. That's why the campus belle list changed. Of course, you don't know." The campus belle took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Is she blind or is God blind? While they were criticizing in their hearts, there were also many gazes around them. Their gazes were mixed with anger. In fact, today's friendly competition was mostly aimed at the campus belle beauties. However, the prettiest campus belle was not paying attention to the field. Instead, she was talking to a senior who was moving the drinks. On what basis? You're studying here too? I always thought you were studying at a famous university overseas. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin said excitedly. She did not expect to see Lin Ling again. What? Famous university? That kid was almost expelled. Didi Dada screamed. Xiao Xuanlin ignored him. In her opinion, for someone who could casually give out 3 million, studying at a famous university was child's play. Moreover, he was moving drinks? Oh right, your money. Xiao Xuanlin said again. It's just a small matter. If you treat me as a friend, don't mention this again. Lin Ling said with a smile. How about this? After I graduate, I'll slowly return it to you. Whatever. Lin Ling did not care at all. Both Didi Dada guys looked at him with disdain. Money? How much money could Lin Ling have? They remembered that he used to borrow money from them for meals. Lin Ling, why aren't you guys moving the drinks? What are you doing there? At that moment, a cold voice was heard. They saw that the basketball match was being paused, and the class monitor, Chen Junjie, was looking at them coldly. He was pissed, extremely pissed. Previously, he scored 10 points in a row and beat the E by 2 points to end the first quarter. The audience was in an uproar. However, Xiao Xuanlin did not see him. Instead, she was talking to Lin Ling. How could a person moving drinks be compared to him? What an arrogant tone. We're all servants now. Didi Dada was furious. Why aren't you guys moving? Even the class monitor, Cui Ping, stood up and spoke. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded at Didi Dada and continued moving the drinks. Junjie, those three are trash. They're at the bottom of the class. Even after graduation, they'll be doing manual labor. Ignore them. Cui Ping said to Chen Junjie and handed him a towel at the same time. I know. However, we're trying so hard to fight for it, but they're flirting with girls. That's ridiculous. Chen Junjie frowned. Don't worry. You guys will pour the drinks away later. They can only continue moving. Cui Ping smiled. However, she did not know that Lin Ling had heard everything they said. This made Lin Ling frown. Although he did not mind the ridicule from his classmates, he did not want to be treated as a fool, especially when Didi Dada was implicated. Chapter 5260. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Didi Da asked curiously when he saw Lin Ling suddenly stop. We won't be moving these drinks. Lin Ling didn't return to the classroom and walked towards the field. I didn't want to move them for a long time. Old Lu, let's go and look at the girls. Didi Da couldn't wait and followed Lin Ling back. When did Lin Ling become so bold? The young man called Old Lu was surprised. They walked back to the field, but Xiao Xuanlin hadn't left yet. She was surprised when she saw Lin Ling. You guys? We won't be moving the drinks. Ling Xiao said. That's good. Why don't I ask my classmates to help? Xiao Xuanlin suggested. In her opinion, Lin Ling, who could casually throw out 3 million without batting an eyelid, wouldn't be able to do such heavy work. Moreover, she was also surprised. After all, Lin Ling, who was a rich second generation, could do such low-key work. This was much better than other people of the same age. Lin Ling, what are you doing? When Ping saw Lin Ling and the rest sitting, she immediately walked over angrily. You three useless trash. I asked you to do some work and you dare to slack off. Cui Ping pointed at Lin Ling and the rest. Her voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, Didi Da and the rest felt extremely embarrassed. They were seniors, but now they were being mocked by the juniors. This class monitor Cui Ping really didn't give them any face. Why are you moving? We are tired. Didi Da said angrily. If you want to move, do it yourself. You only know how to use us as coolies. Are you guys still men? Don't tell me you want a woman to carry the drinks for you? Cui Ping felt that many people were looking at her, so she showed her dignity as the class monitor. If you want to go, no one can stop you. Anyway, we are tired and need to rest. Didi Da didn't move and even went to get 3 drinks and gave one to Lin Ling and Old Lu. This is Chui Ping was so angry that she stomped her feet and said to the class, "Look, they don't care about the collective honor at all. They are too lawless. Didi Da, Lin Ling, Old Lu, hurry up and move. Junjie and the others are working hard for the honor of the class. How can you not do anything?" "That's right. Lazy and lazy. What a shame. His junior is still watching. Hurry up." Many male students spoke up. "We're not going." At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and directly refused. Everyone was very unhappy. However, at this time, the third quarter of the basketball game had also ended. A few figures walked back, drenched in sweat. Seeing that there were no drinks, all of them were furious. "Class leader, I'm so thirsty. Why isn't there a bottle of water?" One of them said angrily, "We've been playing so hard, and now we're 10 points behind. There's still one more round. If we lose, our class will lose face." "Exactly. And if we don't advance, we won't be able to challenge Class 2 tomorrow." They all stood up and glared at Lin Ling and the others. "It's not like that, they're all tired." Xiao Sun and Lin Ling were next to them, so they spoke up for Lin Ling and the others. "A class is a team and also a boat. We're the main force in the game. If the others don't have the strength, then we'll do what we can. That's a team." Qin Junjie, who had been silent until now, said lightly, staring at Lin Ling and the others sarcastically. His words were very simple. "You don't know how to play basketball, you don't know anything. Moving the drinks is your responsibility. Or moving the drinks is more suitable for you." Lin Ling frowned instantly. In fact, it was not a big deal for him to move the drinks. However, they poured the drinks away. That was a waste of their efforts. That's right. A class is also a team. However, why are the three of us the only ones doing things like moving the drinks? There are so many people in the class. Why don't we take turns? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. All the class was shocked. Lin Ling actually spoke up? One should know that Lin Ling had never fought for such things. He was afraid of offending others. Are you saying that you can participate in the game too? And then we'll move the drinks? Qin Junjie frowned and said. He looked extremely unhappy. Initially, he was targeting Didi Dada. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. That made him lose all his dignity. So be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently. All the class was silent. Lin Ling meant that he could participate in the game too? So there was no need to move the drinks? Haha, are you kidding us? Do you know the rules? Do you know what a three-pointer is? Do you know how to dunk? Qin Junjie laughed. Someone who had never touched a basketball before wanted to participate in the game. That was an insult to basketball. You want to change players at the last minute? Senior, you're behind by 10 points. You're looking down on us by changing players at the last minute. The other freshmen also mocked. They stared at Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling was only 1.7 meters tall and had a skinny body. One look and they knew that he did not exercise often. This guy. If he dared to participate in the game, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Alright, I'll let you participate in the game. Now that you're behind by 10 points, go and play. Qin Junjie was also angry. This Lin Ling wanted to make a fool of himself. Let him be. When their class is defeated, who will be the scapegoat? Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything. He walked towards the court without even changing his clothes. Old Ling, are you sure you want to go? Didi Dada's eyes almost popped out. He naturally knew that Lin Ling did not know how to play basketball. He was going to make a fool of himself. When they lose, the whole class will blame Lin Ling. He's overestimating himself. Chui Ping snorted gloatingly. Let him face reality. We'll go after 2 minutes. Qin Junjie sneered. Looking at Lin Ling entering the court, there was an uproar at the side of the court. Changing players at the last minute? Moreover, that young man was wearing an Antas sportswear. He did not even have a basketball uniform. He was extremely amateurish. The seniors are giving us points again. Brothers, let's not be ungrateful. The other freshmen were also laughing. Naturally, they would fight for the opportunity to widen the gap. Lin Ling, you're up. Soon, Lin Ling's side started to serve the ball. Someone threw the ball to Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people were looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling took the ball and walked away. He walked for more than 10 steps. All the court was silent. Then, loud laughter could be heard. He was walking and it was obvious. Big. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Deadass slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch. He was not convinced when I said he was trash. Now you know. Chen Junjie said. Junjie drank his water and said with disdain. It was the other party's turn to serve the ball. He passed the ball a few times, and then threw an empty three-pointer in front of Lin Ling. Weakling. After the freshman made the shot, he waved his hand at Lin Ling in disdain. As a result, the gap was 13 points. However, Lin Ling did not care. After all, it was his first time playing basketball. He did not know the rules. But, next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve the ball again. However, the other four did not let Lin Ling touch the ball to avoid embarrassing themselves. But, unfortunately, even when it was their turn to attack, they still could not score under the opponent's defense. The ball fell into the freshman's hands again. Chapter 5261. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free to read. Watch me. The team captain of the freshmen was called Xiao Yao. He dribbled the ball in all sorts of ways and easily passed Lin Ling. Then he passed 2 more people in a row and did a windmill slam dunk. Now, the difference was 15 points. Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao. The whole audience cheered. Lin Ling's classmates were extremely embarrassed and could not bear to watch anymore. Get ready to change players. Chen Junxia knew that it was time for him to play. However, the difference was 15 points. It would not be easy to catch up. Next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve. The other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball and kept moving forward. Give me the ball. However, Lin Ling also asked for the ball. He roughly looked at it and somewhat understood the rules. Now it was his turn to play. Give you my ass. There's a 15-point difference. If we don't catch up, we'll lose. Get ready to play. Brother Junjie, go. The other 4 said to Lin Ling with a look of disdain. Lin Ling frowned. Was it fine if they did not give him the ball? He took a step forward. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He appeared in front of the dribbling player. With a grab, the ball fell into his hands. F***ck, he stole his own player's ball. The onlookers were shocked. It was as if they had seen a new world. It was the first time they had seen someone play like that. This Lin Ling is F***king crazy. He's trying to get us into trouble. I think he's going to make a move again. Chen Junjie frowned and then shook his head mockingly. He looked at the 5 freshmen opposite him. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lin Ling got the ball. It was another free point. Moreover, they had the same opinion as Chen Junjie. Lin Ling was definitely going to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with the ball. Then he picked up the ball and walked away. For Lin Ling, it was a little difficult to control the strength of the ball. After all, the basketball was too light. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, the basketball would explode. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as he took his 3rd step. However, just as he was about to take his 3rd step, Lin Ling swung his right hand. Before the ball had even crossed half the court, it had already turned into a beautiful trajectory and shot towards the opposite basket like a cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the basket shook violently. When the basketball hit the basket, it actually flew up high. However, when it fell down, it actually fell out of the basket. The net let out a hollow sound, which was extremely pleasant to the ears. The whole place was dead silent. He threw the ball in the half-court and scored? That was a 3-pointer. Even the referee was dumbfounded. He could only say that Lin Ling was really lucky. Damn it. The 5 freshmen looked as if their parents had died. They were so angry that they wanted to curse. Forget it, there are still 12 points left. They won't be able to catch up. I'll give him 3 points later. After they cursed angrily, they started to serve. Pa. They dribbled the ball and crossed half the court. The point guard made a hand gesture, indicating for the others to move according to the strategy. Whoosh. However, at that moment, a stream of light shot over. Before the point guard could react, the ball had already left his hand. It was Lin Ling. Whoosh. After Lin Ling easily stole the ball, he threw it. The hollow sound of the ball was heard once again. Another three-pointer in the half-court. F***CK, this is heaven-defying. 2 in a row. He's F***king the heavens just because of a disagreement? The whole stadium was in an uproar. If the first one was luck, then was the second also luck? Lin Ling, go for it. Give me another one. Waves of cheers could be heard. For many people, this game was too interesting. An outsider scored 6 points in a row and kept pulling the score closer. Zhu Dong, what the hell are you doing? Looking at the freshmen, they were all complaining about the point guard. Me. At that moment, the point guard was also gritting his teeth in anger. It's my fault. I was careless before. Then, they started to serve again gloomily. However, just as they crossed half the court, a figure came at them like lightning. The point guard's pupils constricted and he sneered. You still want to try? His hands danced quickly. The ball was like a magic trick, constantly weaving in and out. It was a dazzling sight. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to intercept his ball while he was dribbling. However, before the point guard could react, the ball was once again stolen by Lin Ling. A beautiful arc crossed the sky. It was another long three-pointer. F***CK the heavens, F***CK the heavens, F***CK the heavens. The whole stadium was in a frenzy. Everyone stood up and shouted crazily. That was because in the blink of an eye, they had already caught up with 9 points. Furthermore, the freshmen could not score any points in such a short period of time. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the only one who made the move throughout the entire process. The other 4 players were like flower vases. Old Lin, you're awesome. Didi-da and the rest were trembling with excitement. It was too exciting. Damn, it was a pity that he did not go to the NBA. Bastard. Qin Junjie wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, he saw Lin Ling turn the tide and score 9 points in a row. His heart felt like it was about to explode. That kid is a little strange. Pass the ball more. Don't dribble. The freshmen''s faces were solemn. They served again. This time, they kept passing the ball to prevent it from being intercepted. However, it was still useless. Lin Ling easily stole the ball and scored another long three-pointer. As a result, there were only 3 points left. However, there was not much time left. Give me the ball. At that moment, the freshman, Zodiac Yao, shouted angrily. After getting the ball, he rushed all the way and passed a few people in a row. Then he took off at the 2-point line and finally flew. He's flying. He's flying. Slam dunk. Seeing this scene, the freshman shouted excitedly. Now, there was not much time left. As long as he scored 2 more points, Lin Ling and the rest would not be able to catch up. He's just a layman. Even if he's lucky and scored a few three-pointers, he's dreaming if he wants to beat us. At that moment, Xiao Yao was soaring into the sky. He could even see that everyone was looking up at him. In front of him, the basket was getting closer and closer. He was going to slam dunk. He was going to slam dunk in front of Xiao Xuanlin and win this battle beautifully. Time passed, and the basket was right in front of him. Didi-da and the rest of the sophomores were gloomy. They could only watch Xiao Yao's dazzling slam dunk. Qin Junjie gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. After all, that glory did not belong to him. It belonged to a freshman. However, at that moment, a figure appeared. He was faster than Xiao Yao and leaped higher than Xiao Yao. A large hand, like the hand of Buddha, was guarding the last forbidden area. It came slamming down. It was Lin Ling. It's you. Xiao Yao's face changed. Then he saw a hand slamming down on his basketball, preventing him from dunking. Bam! A dull sound was heard. Lin Ling's hand slammed down. Not only did it send the basketball flying, but it also sent Xiao Yao and the ball flying. Xiao Yao fell to the ground like a rubber ball and rolled a few meters away. The basketball flowed past him. He had obviously failed the slam dunk. However, it was not over yet. A gust of wind blew past him, scaring him. That was because the speed of the person was too fast. He quickly turned his head and saw that Lin Ling was already dribbling the basketball and rushing towards their basket. Before he reached the three-point line, Lin Ling jumped up. That was a three-point slam dunk.